Hi guys, welcome to this discussion of GS2 paper of Mains 2024, where we will decipher what is the exact mindset of UPSC and how you should orient yourself in preparing for polity, social justice, governance and international relations. Before we go any further, the first thing that I want to address is the appreciation that I want to give to all my students. They have been tremendously enthusiastic in commenting, in sending me messages to tell me how helpful the discussion was, and it is only because of their push and enthusiasm that I was able to complete the GS2 paper that you're going to see today, as well as the upcoming days you're also going to get the GS3 paper. So please have a pat on your back. Please have a round of applause for all your diligence and commitment that you have shown, and this is what makes us happy and this is what makes us keep pushing to give you the best quality available. So again, I appreciate all my students for your enthusiasm, your dedication and diligence, for sitting for such long hours, making a note of all the answers and sending me those pictures that will inspire me to do much greater good for our student community. So thank you guys, and I applaud all your efforts as well. The second aspect is, nowhere in this country for this exam has one individual done in detail the analysis of essay, GS1, GS2, GS3 and GS4. This is something that I am trying to do so that there is uniformity in the standards of quality that you get in every paper. Second, you also try to understand the nuances that changes as the paper changes, though the individual is the same who's doing different papers. These are some things that you should understand that happens when one individual will do all the papers. Then you will understand the differences of how to look to different sections within the syllabus and interpret them differently. That is why this is happening for the first time in the country, and I request each and every one of you to please share this videos to as many friends as possible. I know that it is a very huge resistance for us to usually share it to other groups, but this is a sincere request that I am asking you, so that it incentivizes us to do such radical programs on a regular basis that will help you break that myth that this is the toughest exam, and to crack the exam at your places where you are need not go to any other institutions. So if we want to work together, we have to make sure that we help each other. So one way I'm requesting you people is not only to like, not only to comment, but please make sure that you share this with as many people as possible, because the views is what will incentivize us to bring such radical ideas and to bring such greater innovations to help you to crack this exam. So again, please like, share and subscribe guys, and please share it with as many people as possible. That's a sincere request from my side. The third issue is, many students watch the question analysis and the trend analysis and they stop it there without going into the 20 questions that are discussed in detail. Don't do that mistake. Please ask your friends who have seen the entire 20 questions. Just realize how differently they will approach the paper, how differently they will approach the sections within the paper compared to the person who has the surfacial knowledge of just the syllabus and just looking at the questions. So the discussions that I have done is completely different, and I can assure you that the nuances, the differences, the hidden hints, the interpretation is very different with how the discussions are being done outside. With no disrespect to other discussions, what I am trying to tell is the experiences that I brought of doing individually all the 4 papers. I've tried to put in that experience to show you the difference of how the interpretation has to be done in the mains paper. And for you to really realize that, for you to get that good marks in your GS paper, it is necessary that you complete the 20 questions in detail. I know that it is a long format, it will take much time, but it is worth your time. Please put in your comment section, once you're done with all the 20 questions, how it changed your perception of this exam, how it changed your orientation of this paper, and how you're going to study for this exam. So please make sure that you watch the video till the end and watch all the 20 questions comprehensively. With that said guys, we will jump right to the analysis and then the detailed discussions of all the 20 questions. I hope you have the energy and I hope you're excited. Keep a pen, keep a paper and keep making note of it. Understand the nuances, understand the differences, understand the interpretations and understand the approach. That is the essence of this discussion. That is why I've taken a lot of efforts to do all the 20 questions by myself. So I hope you're ready for it. I am ready for it. Let's get on with the analysis of the GS2 paper of Mains 2024. Here we go. Okay guys, I hope you people are ready. Now let us start off the detailed analysis of GS2 paper of Mains 2024. This particular aspect is very important for all those students who are writing mains in 2025. The general observations that I have done by looking at the GS2 paper of Mains 2024, these observations are very important. That will help you orient on how to prepare for your GS2 paper for the upcoming Mains 2025. So all those aspirants watching and intending to prepare for Mains 2025, please listen to this carefully. After listening to the questions and trend analysis, please also make sure that you listen to all the 20 questions, because the language, the keywords, the structuring and the schema of the answer nowhere is taught in the way that I have discussed in detail. That is why I have taken the pain to sit and deal with all the 20 questions by myself, so that the students will not have any type of discrepancies or any type of difficulties in understanding few sections or in understanding few papers. So all the papers and all the sections are done by me, so please make a good use of it. Now coming to the general observations. If I look at the GS2 paper, the GS2 paper was on the difficult side. Why will I say that it is on the difficult side? We will understand once we deal with the section wise and question wise analysis. But overall, I felt that GS2 is on the difficult side. Compared to GS1, GS1 was very easy compared to GS2. However, there will always be one paper that is difficult in mains, so you don't have to worry about it. Overall, if I have to see, these were some of the general observations that you need to carry forward for your next mains. The first thing is, if you take Indian Polity, the Indian Polity section has become a little more dynamic than before. It has become a little more dynamic. So it is very necessary for you to read newspapers every day and to follow the issues that are happening within the Indian political landscape. It can be with respect to elections, it can be with respect to constitutional bodies, it can be with respect to political parties, it can be with respect to the center and state relations. This is very important that you maintain that list of issues and you follow those issues, especially in the section of Indian Polity, because Indian Polity has become a little tricky and a little specific, so that to write an answer, it becomes a little difficult. They've also started to ask, they usually ask acts that are very popular or very much heard of. They never ask acts or legislations that are not that of a broader issue or a burning issue in the entire newspapers, but now they have started to ask even acts and legislations that are not that famous. So what it means is, you have to have an eye on all the acts and legislations of that particular year in which you are going to write the mains exam. So that is the first important thing, that it has become important. Okay. The second aspect that you need to carry forward is your prelims knowledge. So whatever you have studied in your prelims, you will definitely make use of it even in your mains part. For example, they can now randomly ask you about Lok Adalats. They can randomly ask you about Comptroller and Auditor General. Though Lok Adalats or Comptroller and Auditor General wouldn't have been in the mainstream news, they can just go ahead and ask you about it. So there are very high chances that they will ask you about those static parts in the syllabus that you would have read for your prelims rather than for your mains. Because you don't have read for mains because they were not in the mainstream issues, and hence you would have, or there are chances that you would have neglected. So in that scenario, what is important is your prelims knowledge. So make sure that before you go to GS2 paper, make sure once you revise everything that you have studied for prelims for your Indian Polity. So that will help you brush up all the basics. That will also help you to write any specific question that comes from your conventional topics like CAG or Advocate General or Election Commission. So any conventional topics where they ask you, you'll be able to write on them without trying to have or face any difficulties. So that is the second aspect that I would like to bring about. The third aspect that I would like to talk about here is the use of keyword approach. Okay, especially in the social justice and governance part. Okay, make sure that you use the keywords approach to social justice and governance. Social justice and governance is actually easy. It has been easy this year also, and I hope that it will going to be easy in the next coming years also, because social justice and governance is one part where it is difficult to ask specific questions. So there is where you have to score very good marks, and how to score very good marks is keyword approach. What is this keyword approach? Stay tuned till the end of the class. Once you complete the entire 20 questions, you will understand what exactly is keyword approach. However, you have to develop the keywords approach to answer very well the social justice and governance part. Okay. The fourth one is the international relations. International relations, it is very important that you follow the newspapers. The questions, 2 questions will always come directly from the issues that are happening. The other 2 questions come from some latent issue. When I say latent issue, it means terrorism. They had asked this time on terrorism. Now, terrorism is a concept that has been happening from a long time. It is not that it was in news today or yesterday or this year. So it was there from a long time. These are latent issues. They can just ask you randomly these latent issues. So 2 questions will always be on latent issues that will come with your cumulative knowledge of reading international relations. Okay. However, 2 direct questions will come, that is something pertaining to that particular year. Whatever has happened in the international realm, the questions will come directly from that. So on this aspect, the international relations is also, if I have to tell international relations, if you are following the news, then international relations also is easy to moderate side. I would not say moderate, but it is on the easier side. Okay, up to this year, not only this year, till today, the international relations and social justice and governance are 2 sections that are relatively easy and they are relatively scoring. So your priority should always be to write a lot of answers when it comes to social justice and governance and international relations. And when it comes to Indian polity, try to make sure that you have notes on different issues. So that is the exact strategy of how to go about GS2. Overall, do not be, scared about the dynamicity of the paper. It is dynamic, I agree, but the trap here is don't chase reports, don't chase summaries, don't chase another, notes, or don't chase this. Okay. 2 things you have to do for GS2. 1, make sure that on the static part of the syllabus, you have your own handwritten notes made. That is the first. The second is the dynamic part of the syllabus, follow the newspaper. When you follow the newspaper regularly, you will get all the examples, all the statistics, as well as any type of cases, Supreme Court cases. Everything you will get by following the newspaper. So static, make your own notes, and dynamic, follow the newspaper. This is what is important. This is the entire essence of GS2 paper. Overall, GS2 is something that I felt this time will revolve around, the marks will revolve around 100 plus. I feel that this time every topper will be scoring somewhere around 100 plus with respect to their score in GS2. Let us see. That is my prediction on the basis of my experience of mains exam and training a lot of students in mains. Overall, this is what I felt is the general instructions that is very important for all those students who are aspiring to go and write their mains in the next year for mains 2025. So I hope it was helpful. Now, since we have seen generally what is the importance of this paper and how to go ahead with this paper, now let us just sit and dissect one section wise how the questions have come, and then question wise we will try to talk how the question is and what is the mindset of UPSC for asking that particular question. This will give you an hint of what can come in the future, that is mains 2025. So let's get on with it. So now if you take GS2 and if you take the section wise analysis, overall in GS2 there are broadly 3 sections. So you have, one is Indian polity, the second is governance and social justice, and the third is international relations. These are broadly the 3 sections. Now let us see the weightage of marks in these 3 sections. So in Indian polity you usually get 125 marks. This is the weightage. That is reason is you get 5 into 10 markers and 5 into 15 markers. So overall Indian polity carries the highest weightage of 10 questions, 5 10 markers and 5 15 markers. So overall 125 marks is what is Indian polity. And because this time Indian polity was tricky and they asked specific questions, that is why I am marking the Indian polity section of this year as difficult. Okay, now as we go into the question wise analysis, I will break down and tell you why they were difficult. But now the overall Indian polity I felt is on the difficult side. Overall you always get question 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the 5 into 10 markers. Okay, and then you have 11, 12, 13, 14 and 15. This is the 5 into 15 markers. As I told you, overall 125 marks is very, very important. Now, Indian polity is something that you cannot say that you are weak at. Because 50% of your paper weightage is standing on Indian polity alone. So if you want to get good marks, you have to be really good in Indian polity. As I told you, for being really good at Indian polity, 3 things are very important. 1, make sure that your prelims knowledge is very good. That is, whenever I ask you about anything, you should be able to tell the amendments, you should be able to tell the articles, you should be able to tell the Supreme Court cases, and you should be able to tell the procedure established by the law. So if you can tell this, which you are going to study in the prelims, the same thing you can write in mains also. When they're asking you about any constitutional body, when they're asking you about any type of institution, constitutional institution or non-constitutional institution, since you have the prelims knowledge, you will be able to write those specific articles, cases, and the procedures that you have studied for prelims in your mains also. So whatever you read for prelims is also important for mains from now on. So make sure that you study the polity properly. That is the first one. The second aspect is static notes. Why static notes are important is, as we go into the question wise analysis, I will show you that UPSC is now started to ask the grey areas within the syllabus. These days in the previous days, UPSC always used to ask conventional, thematic based questions, like one question on federalism, one question on center-state relations, one question on parliament, one question on speaker and governor. So there were conventional themes that Indian polity questions used to come. Now, UPSC from this year has changed that conventionality from the thematics into the other areas of the syllabus. For example, they started asking you on alternative dispute resolution. They started asking you on public charitable trusts. They started to ask something on acts and legislations that are of recent times, which are not that relevant or important. So these are the hints that tells that UPSC is now not interested in the thematics in Indian polity, but it is also interested in other parts of Indian polity syllabus. So if they're asking you in other parts, it is very important that you also make sure that you make the static notes on all the points in the syllabus. That again becomes very important. Okay. The third one obviously is the list of issues in the last 1 year. Okay, the list of issues in the last 1 year. For this, obviously, you will get a lot of magazines that are going to make you the list of issues and give it to you by the time you write mains. It is good that you use that magazine to revise, but don't read the entire issue on that particular timeline. Okay, don't read it 2 months before mains. You should be reading the newspaper. When you're reading the newspaper, you are well versed with the issue. What happens is that well-versed awareness about the issue, the consolidation of the points comes in the form of a magazine. So that is how you should make use of the magazines. Magazines should be there to consolidate the points, to act as a notes, but magazine should not be a window for you to learn about an issue. That should not be the case at all. You should be first of all aware about the issue, and that comes only by make sure that you follow the newspaper regularly. So that is one thing that I would like to tell. So this is about Indian polity. Again, major chunk of the questions come here. If you are not strong here, you are going to miss out on actually, getting very good score in GS2. Okay. The next is governance and social justice. Okay. So here you are going to get 6 questions. So you get 3 into 10 marker and 3 into 15 marker. So you get 75 marks from social justice and governance. Okay. 6, 7 and 8, 16, 17, 18 are governance and social justice questions. Overall, they are easy. The easy is because let them ask you the questions, the content, irrespective of the question is asked, the content will always remain the same. Okay, the content will always remain the same. The examples will always remain the same. So this is why the social justice and governance is easy. Why is it easy? Is because it is predictable. Correct. So basically the 6 questions that they ask in social justice and governance, one, you can predict it for an extent or so. The second is the content more or less remains the same. The third is you can use something called keywords approach. Okay. This keywords approach will help you answer any type of questions that are asked. Hence, social justice and governance is very easy. How to master the social justice and governance is after making the basic notes. After making the basic notes and after having around 50 keywords, okay, after having 50 keywords and making the basic notes, make sure that you write a lot of answers. Okay, what do you mean by write a lot of answers? On healthcare, you should have written around 15 to 20 answers. On education, you should have written around 15 to 20 answers. On governance, you should have written around 15 to 20 answers. On e-governance, you should have written around 15 to 20 answers. So like that, on every topic of social justice, vulnerable communities, you should have written 15 to 20 answers. Developmental institutions like NGOs, SHGs or, public charitable trusts, you should have written 15 to 20 answers. So on every part of the syllabus, if you have written answers to different types of questions in that particular syllabus, you are done more or less. You would have covered all different dimensions of the topic and you would have had all these answers themselves will become your content. And if you practice this content is what I told you is something that will never change. Let them ask anything they want. You can use the same content to write a very good answer in governance and social justice. That is the advantage of governance and social justice. Hence, I'm marking it as easy. One, on predictable lines and the content cannot be changed. And the third is the keywords approach that will help you write the answer very easily, especially in this GS2 of governance and social justice. So this is about the second section. Let us come to the third section, that is international relations. Usually international relations will be on the easier side because most of the issues that are happening in the international arena, that is the same question that will be asked. However, this time I am marking it as moderate because 1. International relations usually will have 4 questions. As you can see, 9 and 10 and 19 and 20. So you have 2 into 10 marker and 2 into 15 marker. So that is 50 marks. Okay, so 50 marks of international relations. So there are 4 questions. So what happened this time is 2 questions were coming from latent issues. Okay, 2 questions came from latent issue and 1 question came as very specific question. That is, they asked you about United Nations Counter-Terrorism Committee. Now when they ask you such specific question, it becomes a little difficult for us to generate the points. So one question that was in the realm or in the news that came was Maldives. India and Maldives relationship. So that was something that was on predictable lines. Apart from that, the Counter-Terrorism Committee or the Central Asia. So Connect Central Asia was a policy that was done in 2012. So India-Central Asia relationship was something that yes is important, but was on a latent side. It was not on the issue side where it is coming in news every day. It was on the latent side and they have asked and it was a surprise. So on that level and that is the reason I am marking the international relations as moderate. But overall, international relations is something that you need to follow as a dynamic aspect and you need to read newspapers and make sure that you make a note of whatever bilateral groupings, geopolitical grouping or any type of regional cooperation that India is participant in. So overall you need to focus on this in the international relations. Read the newspaper and write as many questions on the relevant happenings in the international realm that should suffice in international relations. So overall, this is my section-wise analysis. For this, I hope you understood how to go about section-wise and develop a mastery in a particular section. Don't under any circumstances be fearful of Indian polity. Make sure that you strengthen Indian polity by 1, you strengthen your prelims knowledge of polity. The second is make sure that your static notes are comprehensive on all the topics in the syllabus. The third is make sure that you read the newspapers and make a list of issues for that particular year. You will master the Indian polity. Social justice and governance is on the easier side. International relations is something that is not predictable, but what can be predictable is you make sure that you are well versed with what is happening in the realm of international relations. You will write a good answer. So this is overall the section wise analysis of GS2 paper of the Mains 2024. Let us now look at the question wise analysis. Understand how and why the questions come or what is the mindset of UPSC to ask this question. Okay, now let us start off. So we are starting off with the question wise analysis. The first question came on one nation, one election. Now many discussions that I have observed that they are telling that this question is on predictable lines, this question is easy. Yes, the question would have been easy if they had told you to critically analyze the one nation, one election. If the question would have been analyze or critically analyze one nation and one election, so you would have written the pros, you should have written the cons and concluded it. But the problem comes where they are asking you about the committees, the different committees and their recommendations with reference to one nation, one election. Although the question talks broadly about electoral reforms and different committees on it, it tells in particular reference to one nation, one election, what is the recommendation of these different committees. This is where it becomes a little tricky. So you have to talk about the Law Commission, you have to talk about the high level committee on one nation, one election or high level committee on simultaneous election by Mr. Ramnath Kovind. So these are some of the committee recommendations that you have to talk about, which again demands specificity. And because the question demands specificity, I have marked it as difficult. That is why it is very much necessary for you to read the question properly. Don't get fixated on just one keyword. Just because you saw one nation, one election, don't just write everything and anything that you know about it. You should understand what the exact demands is. That is why these discussions are very important. That is why I alone am doing all the discussions of all the paper, so that I show you the nitty-gritties of how to interpret the question, how to structure the question, and how to bring and generate points. So I hope you are enjoying it. If you have not, make sure that you see all the previous videos and then learn from it, and that is my sincere request. Alright, so this is the first question, one nation, one election. I think that is on the difficult side. The second one is Lok Adalats and Arbitration Tribunals. Okay, now I am marking it as moderate, not because the content is difficult. It is because this is that part of the syllabus we usually neglect. This syllabus is neglected because we usually focus on judiciary. We usually focus on studying about the Supreme Court cases, what has been the recent judgments, any type of issues happening. Maximum we go up to high courts, but we never go into Lok Adalats and Arbitration Tribunal. So this is one part of the judiciary aspect or alternative dispute resolution aspect that has not been asked before. Now UPSC is touching upon, and many students should have studied this in prelims, wouldn't have revised it in mains. Hence, on that reason, I'm marking it as moderate. Overall, my point here is please make sure that you cover the syllabus comprehensively. That is my suggestion for the next concurrent year that you will be writing the mains. The third one is cabinet and parliamentary supremacy. This is an easy question, predictable. Always there will be one question where they'll always ask you executive versus legislature. This will always be there. So parliament is losing its prominence, or Rajya Sabha is just a puppet. Like that, they keep asking one question, usually where it is executive versus legislature. So I don't think this is something of a difficult, it's purely conventional. The next is CAG. Again, CAG is something that we study in prelims, and CAG was this time not much in news compared to the Election Commission, because Election Commission's appointment procedures was changed. Everyone predicted that Election Commission may come, but Election Commission did not come. It was CAG that came. So see, that is why I am telling you, your prelims knowledge plays an important role here. Okay, so if you have just revised CAG from the knowledge of prelims, whatever you have studied for prelims, in that manner, if you have just revised it, then you can generate the specific points for that CAG. That is why I am telling you, for Indian polity, just make sure that once you redo the topics that you have done for prelims from mains perspective very quickly before you go and write mains exam. So again, this is a constitutional body that is being asked, though it may have been in news. Obviously, it's a constitutional body; it will be in news, but it was not in news so prominently compared to the Election Commission of India. Okay, the next is local bodies. However, the reason I'm marking it easy is the question was straightforward. That's why CAG is easy. The next is local bodies. Easy because it is conventional. There will always be one question that will be asked on local bodies. So there is predictability there. So that's hence I'm marking it as easy. The next is the sixth question. So the sixth question is about public charitable trusts. So all these days, if you take the governance and social justice, there is a syllabus topic called developmental institutions. There is a syllabus topic called developmental institutions, and developmental institutions involves SHGs, they involve NGOs and public charitable trusts. Okay, all these are different aspects of developmental institutions. So the focus of UPSC was mainly on SHGs and NGOs all these days. For the first time, they are moving towards the public charitable trusts. So that means, as I told you again, the gray area of the syllabus, that is whatever we were leaving out, thinking that they were not anyway being asked in the exam, now have been started to be asked. So make sure that you cover the syllabus comprehensively. However, it is moderate because for the first time they are asking, the content is not that difficult, the content is actually easy. Okay, the social governance and governance and social justice part is actually easy. Look at the discussions, how I will help you generate points. That is how you can generate points in governance and social justice. The next, poverty and malnutrition, expected lines, easy. Role of civil servants, they have given Doctrine of Democratic Governance and how civil servants' perception is important. The reason why I'm marking it difficult is if you people have made a mistake in interpreting what is this Doctrine of Democratic Governance, or if you people have neglected in defining what is this Doctrine of Democratic Governance, then your answer will go wrong. That is why I'm marking it difficult. But I know that most of the main students who have gone would have interpreted this properly and would have connected why the importance or positive perception of civil servants is important for the trust of public in the system or in the institution. So I hope you people have done a good job, but I feel few students would have not interpreted or would have neglected that and focused more on the civil servants, and that is where that's a blunder. Anyways, I am marking it as difficult to just keep it on the difficult side. The next is international relations. So these are the three social justice questions. Now the international relations, the two questions were Indian alternative to China. So this is on the conventional lines where, you know, we are being seen as an alternative both geostrategically and also in terms of supply chain. So in both the aspect we are seeing alternatively. Geostrategically we would have prepared, but the supply chain is where we wouldn't have prepared from international relations angle. However, overall I feel that this is overall you can manage this question and hence it is easy. Okay, the next is India and Central Asia relations. I am marking it as easy, but this is a latent issue. It was not an issue that was seen in the news. It was something that was there, but everyone would have neglected it, but now suddenly they are asking it. So when they ask, you can write an answer, but cannot bring specific points like connect Central Asia, 2012. So policies like that will become a little difficult for you to recollect because you wouldn't have revised these issues because they were very done very long back. Okay, so this is about the 10th question. So you got to know the two questions of international relations, one on the easier side, another easy to moderate side. For those people who have revised it, very easy. For those people who have revised it long back and have not recollected it, for them it can be a moderate aspect. But overall, easy because generating points is easy. Okay, so you can talk about connectivity, minerals, geostrategic, accessibility, then there is, multipolarity. So from bringing from different angles, you can write a very good answer on that. So I would suggest that this is a easier aspect. So this is about the first 10 questions. Let us now look at the next 10 questions. That is from the 15 marker from 11 to question 20. The 11th question, if you look at the 11th question, they are asking about the aims and objectives of Public Examination Act 2024. See, Indian Polity, it is a difficult question. The reason why it is difficult question is they are asking about the specific. If they had asked you about the implications, okay, if they had asked you about the need or necessity, then you would have written an answer on the basis of some common sense and some assumptions that you can make. However, when they are very, very specific asking about aims and objectives, and they're asking you how is it applicable to the state as well as the other educational boards, that is where it becomes a little tricky. You should know that very well to write a very good answer. So I am marking it as difficult. Okay. The next is right to privacy and DNA testing. Now here also a lot of people told that this question is easy. The first part, right to privacy part, is obviously easy, but that is only the half of the question. The next half of the question, they are talking about the rights of a child in the womb. Now here when they ask about the rights of the child in the womb, you have to talk not only in English, but you have to bring the Supreme Court cases. You have to talk about the legislations of the country and how they protect the rights of the child in the womb. Gautam Kundu case, you have the Narayan Dwivedi case. So these are some cases that you have to talk about here. That will actually be difficult. Okay, no one would have prepared on that. To generate points on that will become a little difficult. Okay, however, this overall the question is moderate because 50% of the question you can answer. On that basis, I am giving you the moderate aspect in that particular question. The 13th question is center-state relations. Predictable lines. One question will always be on federalism or center-state relation. So that is on the easier side. The next is public interest litigation. One question in judiciary will always come. So on the lines of judiciary, they are asking public interest litigation, and that is again easy. So generating points will not be that difficult. You will have a lot of famous cases that have been solved because of the application of PIL. Okay, the traditional norm of locus standi getting diluted, and this concept of PIL that was introduced in the era of Justice Bhagwati as well as Justice Krishna Iyer, something that is known for everyone. So I am marking this as on the easier side. The next is the 15th question, India USA secular principles. So secularism is a part which is actually asked every year on in the GS2 paper. So yeah, they're asked India and France secularism principle. Now they're asking India and US secularism principle. Overall, it becomes a little difficult to generate more points on the US side, but overall you can make it as moderate question. Okay, moderate, it is not that difficult. You will be able to generate good points provided that you have some common sense and you are able to think in a much broader angle. How to think in a much broader angle? Listen to my discussion. How with the basic knowledge you will be able to think broadly of secular aspects in different things and bring the comparative analysis of USA with India. That is the reason I am again pleading with you people to look at all the questions, because I have taken the pain to do it for you people. So I want you to make use of it. So this is the 15th question, that is the secularism aspect. So the next one is the 16th aspect. The 16th question is on citizens charter. Okay, so before that we are done with the polity part. Let me just go back and show it to you. This is the polity part. So we are done with the polity part. So again I'm telling you, polity part may seem difficult, but if you are preparing, don't prepare for 1 month or 2 months. It is a continuous process. If you are able to revise your prelims knowledge, if you are able to make notes on all the static syllabus, and if you are able to follow the newspapers and their issues consistently, you can actually do good in Indian polity. That's why this constitutes 50% of GS2. Okay, it constitutes 50% of GS2. I don't want you to neglect Indian polity. I hope you are oriented with it. Now let us move on to the 16th, where there is a stat of social justice and governance. The first is citizens charter. Very conventional question. There will be one question on RTI, one question or citizens charter. So something it keeps repeating on these lines. Overall, it is an easy question. Governance and social justice. The next is one question was asked on public healthcare, how marketization of this public healthcare is becoming a problem and what government to do, and they're also asking you to suggest measures. Easy question. Healthcare, education are something that you should have prepared even before going to the exam. You should have ample amount of points. The next is e-governance. They have brought something called interactive service model in e-governance. Overall, there is no much change. Look at the discussion, you will understand how easy it is to generate the points and link it to your conventional knowledge of e-governance. So again, it is easy. The next is the United Nations Security Council's Counter-Terrorism Committee. This question, the reason I'm marking it difficult is they're asking you very specific. They're asking about the organizational structure of this particular counter-terrorism committee, and that is what makes it a little difficult. Okay. Now, the second half of the question is how successful has this committee been. There you can answer a little bit on the basis of just taking how United Nations itself has been successful in in suppressing terrorism in this particular world. On the basis of that you can answer the second part of the question, but the first part becomes a little difficult because of the specificity of the demand of the question. So again I'm marking it as difficult. The last one is the India-Maldives relationship. The reason I'm marking it as easy is because it was predictable. Obviously, India and Maldives was in news, so there were ample chances that they would ask the question on this, so they have asked the question on this. So overall, if you take the international relations, they had asked India and Maldives, they have asked India and China, they have asked India and Central Asia, and the last is United Nations Security Council's Counter-Terrorism Committee. So in this, 3 questions are easy and 1 question is difficult. So 3 out of 4 is it is very scoring. So overall in the 50 marks, you should be able to get good marks. So that is what I'm trying to tell you. The easy part of GS2, will always be social justice plus governance and international relations. So don't neglect this. How to master these 2 sections is write lot of question and answer. Don't keep making notes. Note making is useless in this. Yes, you have to make a base notes. Okay, you have to make a base notes, but let that base notes be only indicative of different, parts of the syllabus. But overall, to develop depth in your particular understanding of these 2 sections, you have to write a lot of questions and answers to those questions. So I hope you understood this. I hope you are oriented with how to prepare for Indian polity, Indian social justice and governance, as well as the international relations. I hope this analysis was helpful. And next, when we are going to start our questions, please listen to it diligently, understand the approach to the question, understand the way how we bring the language to the paper, and also understand the ordering of the points so that you don't miss out on any aspect of what I'm going to discuss. I hope you'll enjoy this session. I hope the analysis has been wonderful and you people are enjoying it. Please do put in the comment section. We have worked really hard on this, and one small request from you people is please do like, share and subscribe and comment, guys. When you comment, when you like and when you share, that is what will incentivize us to do this on a regular basis, because this is something that is not easy for one person to do everything. From essay, GS1, GS2, GS3 and GS4, it takes a lot of time to study and do it. I'm doing it only for the good of all of you people, and in return, please make sure that you like, share and subscribe, guys. Anyways, this is about the section wise and the question wise analysis along with the orientation for all you people who are writing Mains 2025 GS2 paper. Alright, let's now get on with the detailed analysis of every question and how to structure the question, how to generate the points, and how to write the answer in the language in conformance with GS2 syllabus. Let us start on with it, guys. I hope you are ready. I have the energy. I hope you also bring in the energy. Let's start off then. Okay guys, now you have heard the analysis, you have heard the trends. I hope you have understood and gotten oriented of how to go about the GS2 paper. So now let us start off with the questions, and let us in detail try to learn the 20 questions that have been asked in Mains 2024. So I hope you are ready. Let's get on with it. Let us start off with the first question. The first question reads as follows. Examine the need for electoral reforms as suggested by various committees with particular reference to one nation, one election principle. Okay, so here the core demand is simultaneous elections. And obviously it was in news, hence they're asking the question. Okay, now two things you have to address: the need for electoral reforms. That is the first thing that you have to address. The second thing is the simultaneous elections. The simultaneous elections. Now here when they said simultaneous elections, you have to speak with regards to the committees who have recommended on these elections. Okay, it can be the Law Commission of 1999, it can be the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Personnel and Public Grievances 2015, it can again be the High Level Committee on Simultaneous Elections headed by Mr. Ramnath Kovind. So you have to talk with regards to these committees and with the reference of one nation, one election principle. So what have they told is what we have to discuss. Usually now what most of the students do is, see, this is what most of the discussions are also happening, most of the students are doing. What they do is they give pros on one side and then they go into the cons on the other side. That is, they talk about the importance of one nation, one election, and then they go into what are the challenges of one nation, one election. Okay, so basically they're telling that this committee has told so much of amendments, so much of changes in the laws, which is a challenge. They have not, the entire question, if you observe properly, the question is mainly on pro-government question. They are not interested in asking about the challenges of one nation, one election principle. They just want to know, one, what is the need for electoral reforms in India? And the second is, what have been the committees who have recommended simultaneous elections, how to deal with this principle of simultaneous elections. So this is what is the actual demand of the question. So the question here is not asking about challenges at all. So don't try to just waste half of your answer on the challenges. This is how you need to structure the answer. So let me take this off. So let us now start with the introduction. As I keep usually the same structure, we will always do the introduction, the body and the conclusion. Okay, and most of our analysis will come in the body itself. So the analysis will be in the body. Okay, so this is the overall papers that I have discussed is always on this framework. Whenever you're writing answers also, it should be on this same framework. Okay, so let us start off with the introduction. Always the introduction either can be definition, or you can bring the context or current affairs into it. That is another way of doing it. Or you can bring some facts or reports into it. So these are the three ways how you can introduce in GS2. So I hope you can make a mark of this. So basically, when you're preparing for GS2, you can actually prepare the introductions and conclusions beforehand. Because many of the issues that are recurring in the entire, relevance of contemporary, in the contemporary aspects, there are many issues that are going on. Those issues will be asked in GS2, so you can prepare and predetermine yourself the introductions and conclusions. Now let us assume for this, let us start with the introduction. So basically what I'm going to do is, I am going to define what is simultaneous elections. So simultaneous elections means synchronizing all the elections of the country. Synchronizing all the elections of the country to be simultaneously held, to be simultaneously conducted for Lok Sabha and State Legislative Assembly. So this you should not forget. You have to bring in the word of Lok Sabha. You have to talk about the State Legislative Assembly, so that they know that simultaneous elections should or includes a principle of federalism within this. Okay, so I will start by defining simultaneous election as synchronizing all elections of the country to be held simultaneously or to be conducted simultaneously of both the Lok Sabha as well as the state legislative assemblies. So this is how I would like to introduce. The second half is the body of the answer. So in the body, we will start the analysis. The first analysis, as I told you, is the need for electoral reforms in India. The need for electoral reforms in India. Obviously, this everyone would have prepared. So the common points are there. The first one is obviously the permanent election mode. Okay, so we are permanently in the election mode. Now when we are in the permanently in the election mode, that is, once there is general elections, then there is different state elections that are happening almost in the entire tenure of every year. There is at least 2 or 3 elections that are happening in the country. Either it's Lok Sabha or different state assemblies. So we are in a permanent election mode. So when we are in the permanent election mode, the policies will always be populist. The policies will not be rational. The policies will not, be within the conformance of judicious use of public resources, but the policies will always be populist, or populism will always take the priority. So that is the first aspect for the need for electoral reforms. The second one is governance paralysis. Okay, in this point, when governance paralysis, when model code of conduct is enforced, almost 45 to 60 days, you cannot announce any programs. The government cannot announce any programs. Now the government cannot announce any programs. That means that it is creating paralysis with respect to delivery of services and goods. So this is the second important problem of why we need electoral reforms. The third is funds or huge expenditure. Huge expenditure. Now an example for this is the general elections that happened in 2019. The general elections that happens in 2019, the overall expenditure of the general election was 4,000 crores. Now this is a huge amount of money that is going from the administrative, it is going from the public exchequer into the administrative expense for elections. Hence, in order to reduce this, simultaneous elections plays a very important role. So just for 2019, one general election, there's 4,000 crore that is spent. Imagine different elections that are happening in different states, how much of public exchequer money is spent. So this is the third, point that shows that there is a need for electoral reforms. The fourth one is fragmented political landscape. Fragmented political landscape, that is, when the political parties are in election mode. When the political parties are in election mode, there is much of divisive politics. There is much of identity politics. So this divisive politics and identity politics, it will fragment the Indian, ethos and ecosystem. So this fragmented political landscape will always be the priority because we are always in the election mode. So these 4 are the important aspects of why we need electoral reforms. Apart from these 4, there are several other points that you can write, like corruption, there is criminalization of politics, there is muscle power. These are actually not the points that they are looking for in this answer, because when they are asking the need for electoral reforms, you should keep in mind the electoral reforms, those points you have to write that actually will give a backing that we need simultaneous elections. So I hope you are understanding. This is the discussion that is different from all the other people who are doing the discussions. Hence I always ask you people to just look at all the videos and all the questions thoroughly. Alright, now the demand, you should read the demand properly. The need for electoral reforms, you cannot go on telling each and everything that is there in your book. Try to tell all those electoral reforms that is in consonance with simultaneous elections. That is what you mean by this. For example, what I'm trying to tell is, you should tell those electoral reforms that actually necessitates the simultaneous elections to be executed. That is what is the important aspect here. The simple game is, the government wants simultaneous elections, so the government wants to see how well you can defend simultaneous elections. So that is why they have asked this question. So the better you defend, the better the marks you get. Unfortunately, that is how it is. This is how GS2 is to be dealt with. You are writing a public policy paper, and that public policy is made by the government of the day, so you have to defend the government of the day. Always keep this in your mind. Under any circumstances, don't try to go against the government of the day, because that is what you will be at the end of the day working for. So this is how the answer has to be made. So the first part is the need for electoral reforms. I have given you the 4 points. Yes, after that you can add criminalization and other things, malpractices and other parts. That is fine, but these 4 points should come. Alright, so we have addressed the first part. Let us go to the second part of the discussion. The second part of the discussion is very interesting because they have asked about electoral reforms as suggested by various committees with particular reference to one nation, one election principle. So here, first I'm going to write the committees. In one paragraph I'm going to write the various committees. Okay, the various committees are: 1. Law Commission, 1999. Okay, the next is Parliamentary Standing Committee on public grievances and personnel. 2015, and there is High Level Committee on Simultaneous Elections by Ramnath Kovind. Okay, so these are the three important committees who have recommended simultaneous elections in India. Now let us see what is the recommendations that they have done in order to help execute simultaneous elections. So now give the heading as particular reference of these committees on one nation, one election. Particular reference of these committees on one nation, one election. So this is the heading. Now you have to talk about the election cycles. You have to talk about the election cycles. In election cycles, what they have told is the elections to Lok Sabha plus half of the state assemblies. The elections to Lok Sabha and half of the state assemblies should happen together. And the other half of the state assemblies should happen in the next 2.5 in the another cycle. Okay, in another cycle, but within the next 2.5 years. So this is how you bring that parity in that elections, so that simultaneously it works out. Because at the first level itself, if you try to bring everything, it becomes a lot of challenges, administrative challenges, public exchequer challenges, funding challenges, functionaries challenges. So all these challenges will come. So what they're telling is, first, election to Lok Sabha and half of the state assemblies, you synchronize them, you try to hold them together, and in the next 1.5 years, the rest of the half of the state assemblies, try to synchronize them also and hold it together. So in this way, you bring parity to all these election cycles of all the state assemblies, including the Lok Sabha. So this is the first thing that they are told. The second thing that they have recommended is confidence motion along with no confidence motion. Okay, confidence motion along with no confidence motion. What does this mean is, whenever a no confidence motion is passed in order to challenge the confidence of any government of the day, there should also be a confidence motion that should be passed to show that once this government falls, there has to be an alternate government that has to be set up. In that case, it will not disrupt the tenure of the government. Okay, so for example, let us say the government of the day is it falls due to the no confidence motion that is passed. Now there has to be an alternate government that also has to be set up by the same motion. So if you are passing no confidence motion, you also have to pass confidence motion, so that there is alternative government also that is there in that particular motion. So that is the second recommendation in order to stop any type of disruptions in the working tenure of the Lok Sabha. Okay, the third aspect is the by-elections. For example, what they say is, the by-elections can happen due to resignation, it can happen due to death, and it can happen due to disqualification. Okay, now the resignation, death, disqualification, these are the three ways how a particular seat either in the Lok Sabha or in the state assembly can be laid vacant. And for this, what they advise is, all this can be clubbed together, and they can be held once every year. All this can be clubbed together and can be held once every year. Okay, so this is the reference of all these committees on how simultaneous elections can be held within India. So that is the overall demand of the second half of the question. So finally you can conclude. Okay, that simultaneous elections, you have to go with the government of the day. So I would like to conclude with the government of the day. We cannot say that there are challenges in other aspects. We can conclude by telling that electoral reforms makes our democracy more stronger, and simultaneous election is one very significant pillar within our electoral reforms. Hence, it is the need of the day or the need of the hour. This is my conclusion. So overall, I am sticking with the government of the day and going with the side of the government, because the government is vehemently pushing for it and you have to agree with it. Alright, so this is where I would like to conclude, telling that it is significant, it is the need of the hour, and it strengthens our democracy because it is a significant step in the electoral reforms in Indian political landscape. So this is my conclusion. This completes the first question. So I hope you understood the analysis of this particular question, and this is how you have to break the question and address different demands. Alright, so let us move on to the next question then. Now let us look at the second question. Explain and distinguish between Lok Adalats and Arbitration Tribunals, whether they entertain civil as well as criminal cases. Okay, again this is coming from the syllabus aspect of alternative dispute resolution. Okay, now as I told you in the analysis and the trend aspect also, UPSC, it seems to have given a sign that they are going to ask on those areas in GS2 that were not asked until now. For example, public charitable trust has been asked, alternative dispute resolution has been asked. So they are moving into the territories that until now were not explored or uncharted territories. So the point is, make sure that rather than only focusing on the thematics of GS2, now you have to work upon each and every aspect of your syllabus that we have anyway touched upon in the trend analysis. So I will not try to tell the entire thing again. So I hope, see, this question is coming from the alternative dispute resolution aspect of the syllabus. Now the question is actually not that difficult. But where the difficulty lies is because many students wouldn't have, revised them. They would have had some idea about them. They wouldn't have revised them. For them, it will be a little difficult to bring specificity. Otherwise, I would not suggest that this question is so very difficult. This question can be handled. The only specificity that you will not be able to bring is, for example, Lok Adalats are created from Legal Services Act 1987. Arbitration tribunals are created from, Arbitration Act of 1996. So this specificity will not be able to get, but overall, what is Lok Adalat, what is arbitration tribunal, for you people it will not be that difficult to distinguish them. Okay, so let us start off with the analysis. So introduction. Now introduction, I will not try to define Lok Adalat or arbitration tribunal, because in the second half of the question, that is what I have to tell. See, I have to first distinguish. I'll write the two demands. Distinguish between Lok Adalats and arbitration tribunals. So this is the first demand. The second demand is, what kind of cases can they fight? See, in 10 markers usually there will be two demands. As in the first question also you saw the two demands, now also you are seeing the two demands. So these are the two demands of this question. So before we write to the demand, we just try to introduce the answer. Now if I write anything about Lok Adalat or arbitration tribunal in the introduction only, then in the distinguishing part also it will look redundant. So here I will not, in order to make sure that I don't redundant the points or I don't repeat the points in the body, I'll try to change the introduction, not talking about Lok Adalats or not talking about arbitration tribunals, but in general talking about alternative dispute resolution. Okay, alternative dispute resolutions are basically set up to reduce the judicial burden, and to expedite the resolution of disputes, outside the conventional judicial system. To expedite the resolution of disputes outside the conventional judicial system. See, this is how I'd like to introduce. So I'm defining what is alternative dispute resolution before I go into the body. Okay, because if I write anything on Lok Adalat or arbitration tribunal here, it again becomes redundant when I tell it the same way during the first half of my discussion. So this is the first half, that is I'm introducing what is alternative dispute resolution. So here I'm going to first talk about Lok Adalats and then I will talk about arbitration tribunals. So first is Lok Adalat. Okay, so Lok Adalat, first I'll tell, they are formed under Legal Services Authority Act 1987. Hence, they are statutory bodies. Okay, here the cases are resolved amicably. That is very important. You have to tell this. The cases are resolved amicably through conciliation and compromise. The cases are resolved amicably through conciliation and compromise. There is no fees that is taken for Lok Adalats. However, there is no appeals. There is no appeals in Lok Adalat as the resolution is done amicably. So this is the first paragraph that I'll write. The second is, I will talk about now arbitration tribunals. The second aspect is arbitration tribunals. So this is, I've spoken about Lok Adalat, now I'll talk about arbitration tribunals. Basically, it is created by or under the Act, Arbitration and Conciliation Act. Arbitration and Conciliation Act 1996. Okay, what is this? It is consensual dispute resolution. Consensual dispute resolution based on contracts. Consensual dispute resolution based on contracts. That is, any two parties would have created an agreement. They would have created an agreement, and in this agreement they would have told any type of dispute. If there is any type of dispute between them, then this dispute has to be resolved by a tribunal. So it is these two parties that have pre-decided how any type of disputes in the future will be resolved in case there is a dispute in the future. So consensual based, it is a consensual based dispute resolution through a contract. The agreement is the contract. So that is what is the arbitration tribunal. Okay, so this is what is Lok Adalat and arbitration tribunals. Arbitration tribunals play a very, very important role in contractual enforcements. It plays a very, very important role in contractual enforcements, and hence arbitration tribunal is very important for the functioning of the business ecosystems. It is very important for the functioning of the business ecosystem, or we can also say it helps in improving our ease of doing business. It helps in ease of doing business. Okay, because it helps give weightage to the contracts or agreements that are made between the two parties. So this helps improve the business ecosystem, the trust and administration of justice within the business ecosystem. So these two paragraphs tells the distinguishing of Lok Adalats from arbitration tribunals. So we have addressed the first part, that is explain and distinguish between Lok Adalats and arbitration tribunals. Now let us assume, or let us talk about the second half, what cases can they entertain. Okay, so now talking about the second aspect of it, the cases that they can entertain, whether they can entertain civil or criminal cases. The first I'll talk about Lok Adalats. Okay, so the first, Lok Adalats can handle civil and matrimonial cases. Here you can tell majority of Lok Adalat cases are civil and matrimonial cases. Okay, so this is the first one. The second is it can handle criminal cases. However, it can handle criminal cases, however, only compoundable criminal cases. It can handle only compoundable criminal cases. What do you mean by compoundable criminal cases? Compoundable criminal cases means these are minor criminal cases. These are minor criminal cases where it is legally permissible. This is very important. This is where it is legally permissible for a compromise. In usually criminal cases, you cannot compromise because it is a crime that has been committed, but there are few crimes where legally it is permissible for a compromise. So only the legally permissible cases where it's a compromise, Lok Adalats can take part in it. So only some part of the criminal cases that are called compoundable criminal cases are something that the Lok Adalats can take care of. Okay, and the last aspect is, as I told you, the cases here are binding in nature. That is, once a judgment is given, there is no appeal because it is resolved amicably. So that is the first aspect of Lok Adalat. The second, I'll talk about the cases of arbitration tribunal. Arbitration tribunal. So in arbitration tribunal, it is purely, as I told you, it's a business ecosystem. It helps to give judicial accountability of the business ecosystem. So in businesses, usually it is civil cases that are dominantly seen. So this only deals with civil cases only. Okay, it only deals with civil. So here the matter is either civil and commercial matters. It's only civil and commercial matters. It can be mainly trade related issues, real estates, trade related issues, real estate. These are the dominant issues that are seen here. Okay. Apart from this, arbitration tribunal cannot try criminal cases at all. It cannot try criminal cases at all. Okay, it cannot be, you cannot create a contract and tell any crime I commit, only we will resolve amicably. It cannot happen like that. So in the name of law, arbitration tribunals cannot, or it excludes completely the criminal cases. So this is all the structure is. Look how easy the question is. Yes, some specificity cannot be brought in, but overall if you have some amount of knowledge of your prelims that you have studied, if you can apply that here, you can definitely write the answer very well. Okay, the second question is relatively easy and it is straightforward. So how will I conclude? I will conclude again by telling about the importance of Lok Adalat and Arbitration Tribunal. Lok Adalat and Arbitration Tribunal not only will reduce the burden, okay, it will not only reduce the burden of the courts, it will also not only reduce the cost of litigation, it will not only reduce the cost of litigation, but most importantly, it makes justice accessible. Okay, it makes justice timely. So these are the two aspects I will bring about. Okay, so one, reducing the burden, reducing the cost, it will bring accessibility, that is, it will make the arm of the judiciary reach the rural aspects of this ecosystem as well as the business communities within the country. So accessibility and a timely delivery of justice. There is timely delivery of justice. So these are some of the very important aspects of our Lok Adalats and Arbitration Tribunal. So I hope you enjoyed this. Very straightforward question. This is how you structure the answer, by dividing the question into demands and then just giving 3, 3, 2, 2 points on that. If you do that in the 10 marker, you are going to get very good marks. So this is about the second question, guys. Let us move on to the next question. Let us now look at the third question. Now the third question, let me first read it out. The growth of the cabinet system has practically resulted in marginalization of parliamentary supremacy. Elucidate. Now this is a conventional question because usually there will be one question in UPSC where they are going to ask you executive versus legislature. There will always be a question telling that is the parliament losing its supremacy, or they'll ask you is Rajya Sabha losing its supremacy, or is Rajya Sabha playing a role of idle bystander, something like that. They usually ask one question where they want to check is the legislature really a decision making body? Is legislature still supreme when it comes to holding executive accountable? So this is a theme that usually repeats in every year. So it is repeated this year. The only change that they have done is, instead of just focusing on parliament, they have also brought something called cabinet and told, is the cabinet becoming very supreme? So you have to talk on both the aspects. Okay, so you have to talk about, so here again, look at this. There are two demands. One is you have to talk about the cabinet, and two is you have to talk about the parliament. Okay, so here you have to talk or defend the parliamentary supremacy, and here you have to talk about the cabinet's domination. So if you address these two demands, you are done with the question. Straightforward question. Here also you can write it very directly. Anyways, how will you introduce? I can define what is the cabinet. Okay, so the definition of cabinet. So cabinet is part of the council of ministers who are collectively responsible. To the parliament in general and Lok Sabha in particular. I'll repeat again. So I'm defining cabinet. Cabinet is part of the council of ministers who are collectively responsible for the parliament in general and to the Lok Sabha in particular. So this is the bedrock of parliamentary government or parliamentary democracy. This is the bedrock of parliamentary democracy under Article 75. So this is how I will start my introduction. Next I will say cabinet constitutes the high portfolios. Cabinet constitutes the high portfolios of ministries. Within the council of ministers headed by the Prime Minister. It is the most important executive decision making body. decision making body. Okay, so this is my introduction. Okay, so I have written an elaborative introduction of what cabinet is. You can also say cabinet as a word is only used, it is not defined, it is only used in Article 352. Okay, so this is what you can talk about it. Okay, wherein in Article 352 it says that we have to take the permission of the cabinet before declaring the national emergency. Only there they have used the word called cabinet. Apart from that, they have not used anywhere. So this is something that you can talk about. Now, the first, as I told you, there are two demands. The first is you have to talk about the cabinet domination. The second, you have to talk about parliamentary supremacy. Now, see, for example, if I remove the cabinet and if I say executive, if I remove the cabinet and just say the growth of executive has practically resulted in marginalization of parliamentary supremacy, same answer. Okay, so this is how they can ask you in different vocabulary, but the answer still remains the same. The keywords still remains the same. That is the best part about paper 2. In paper 2, if you have a grip over articles, if you have a grip over acts, if you have a grip over keywords, okay, again, I am telling three aspects. If you have a grip over acts, if you have a grip over articles, and if you have a grip over the keywords, you can play around with whatever questions they ask. Okay, now let us go on with the first branch. First, we will talk about how cabinet is becoming dominant. Then we will defend about how it is not true. Parliament still has the supremacy. First, I will talk about the cabinet domination. So let us focus on cabinet domination first. So cabinet domination, first thing I will tell is the decision making. Okay, they are taking crucial decisions that are not consensual based, but mainly they are based on the decisions of a few ministries. Okay, example, a very good example is the Forest Conservation Act 2023. Now this Forest Conservation Act 2023 was pushed into the parliament by the decision of the cabinet. Okay, and it was pushed and it was passed without much discussions. This shows that the decision making of the cabinet has become very strong compared to the discussions that happens in the parliament. So decisions of the cabinet has become very strong compared to the discussions that happen in the parliament. So I hope this is the first point that you get. The second point you can tell is delegated legislations. Okay, so what will you write here? That is important. Don't just say delegated legislation, stop there. Now see here, the flesh of any act, is filled by the executive. The flesh of any act is filled by the executive. For example, the recent Essential Commodities Act that was brought, the flesh of any act is filled by the executive. Now, once the flesh of any act is filled by the executive, that has to be discussed whether this content that has been added into the act is in conformance with the spirits of the constitution. This discussion has to happen in the parliament, but this discussion will not happen. Delegated legislation is not false, but after the act has taken shape, that content has to be discussed in the parliament, and that content is not being discussed, and this is definitely where cabinet is becoming more and more dominant. The reason basically is mainly because it is always passed with no discussions, and that is another problem with parliament losing its questioning abilities or accountability of the executive. The third one is excessive use of whip. Okay, the third is excessive use of whip. So whip is used in order to mark the attendance, and attendance is important just to pass the bill. Attendance is not important in order to discuss. Attendance is important just to pass the bill. That is another problem. The fourth problem of cabinet dominance is there is oracle use of ordinance powers as given in Article 123. Example is your farm laws. Okay, the farm laws were passed as a bypass by using the powers of the ordinance. But ordinance should only be used when the parliament is not in session and there is a matter of urgency. Both should match. Okay, only then you have to use the ordinance. But there has been use of ordinance in order to bypass the powers of discussions. Now this does not augur well within the conformance of what the parliament form of democracy is. So these are the four reasons that I am giving that cabinet is dominating. Again, straightforward points. Okay, the next, the second half is what is, let me go to the second half. The second half I will tell parliamentary supremacy. I will tell parliamentary supremacy is not losing its value. Okay, now again you have enormous amount of points to defend the parliament. The best or the starting part is the question R and the 0R. The question R and the 0R. Okay, example is how the parliament was able to bring the Manipur issue, and it was able to bring to the attention of the government about the wrongs that are happening in the Manipur, so that the government was forced to take measures in order to make sure that the violence in Manipur stops. This shows that the parliament is still the supreme there. Okay, you can use this. You are using in a sensitive way, so you can use this as an example definitely. Okay, the second one, what you can say is the parliamentary committees. The second is parliamentary committees. Example is the Public Accounts Committee. Okay, the Public Accounts Committee holds the executive accountable on the spending expenditures, and this Public Account Committee is helped by or supported by the Comptroller and Auditor General. So this again plays a very important role. The third one is the Departmental Standing Committees that will scrutinize the budgetary demands. Budgetary demands. Okay, now these departmental standing committees will not only have the government, but also will have the opposition leaders within this. The departmental standing committees will not only have Lok Sabha, but will also have Rajya Sabha within this. So this explicitly have to mention how these departmental standing committees, though are looking into the financial demands of the government of the day, it is all inclusive of the opposition parties within the Lok Sabha, as well as it is inclusive of the Rajya Sabha members who are there part of the departmental standing committees. So this again is a very important aspect. Okay, the next is the joint parliamentary committees that are formed in order to discuss issues that are of greater public importance. Okay, the fifth one, what you can end by telling that is, give an example of GST bill, how the GST bill was constantly refined so that there was consensus by the time GST bill was completely formed. One more very good example is the data protection bill. Okay, the data protection bill was another excellent example where there was constant, the government had to recall the bill, it had to refine the bill, again it had to send the bill to the parliament, again there was discussions. So this again shows the effectiveness. This again shows the effectiveness of the parliament. So overall, this is what are some of the points that will show us that the cabinet and the parliament still is supreme. Alright, so this is how we can write the answer. Overall, we can talk about the conclusion. Okay, in the conclusion, what you can tell is, we have to make sure that there has to be a defined set of days for the parliaments to function. There has to be a defined set of days for parliament to function. Only if there are defined set of days for the parliament to functions, then we can avoid the parliamentary disruptions. And when we can avoid parliamentary disruptions and the parliament can function for defined certain number of days in a year, that will improve the efficiency and effectiveness of parliamentary functioning, which in turn will strengthen the parliamentary democracy in India. So I hope this is how I would like to conclude the answer. Straightforward question. So among the three questions, the first was moderately difficult, but the second and third, okay, is a little easier. So this is the end of the third question. So I hope you got an hang of how to go about the question here. Let us move on to the next question of the day. Let us now look at the fourth question. First, let me read out the question. The duty of the Comptroller and Auditor General is not merely to ensure legality of expenditure, but also propriety. Comment. Okay, a very good question. As you know, constitutional bodies are very important. You should always have prepared on the constitutional bodies. This time, me and my students were expecting a question on CEC because their appointment, procedures had been changed. The Supreme Court had also told few things. As well as it was a general election year, we were expecting a question on CEC, but the question came on CAG. However, that should not give an excuse that I had not prepared on this, because constitutional bodies are very important for your, mains, especially the GS2 polity part. All right. Now, the question again, if you have not prepared also, here the question is not asking about some specificity. The question is a much broader question which talks about legality as well as propriety. Here also, apart from the wisdom of expenditure, your wisdom of knowledge to write this answer is important. If you have the wisdom of knowledge to write the answer, you can actually write a better answer with this. With your prelims knowledge and your wisdom of answer writing, if you can club both, you can write a good answer for this. Okay. However, there are a few places where you will face a little difficulty, but that is fine. You can write an average answer or above average answer for this. All right, so let us start off with the introduction. The introduction, I would like to talk about, see, the first is obviously define what is CAG. Comptroller and Auditor General is a constitutional body under the articles of 148 and article 149. So in 148 it talks about the appointment, and in 149 it talks about the powers and functions. It talks about the powers and functions. Okay, CAG. Okay, this is the first paragraph that I'm going to write. The second paragraph I'll write is CAG is mainly tasked of auditing. It is tasked of auditing all receipts and expenditures. All receipts and expenditures of the government of India and the state governments. Okay. Next, it can also audit. It can also audit public sector companies as and when requested by the president. Okay, and any other financial auditing. It can be auditing of local bodies or auditing of any other local or governmental institutions, can be done on case-to-case basis. So this is the overall introduction of CAG. Okay, now since they are talking about legality and proprietary, we say that within the constitution, the powers given to the CAG are broad, and this powers given by the constitution constitutes both legal powers as well as the powers of proprietary. That is, they can audit both from legal perspective and proprietary perspective. What is legal perspective? What is proprietary perspective? Is the demand of the question. We will do that in the body. We are still in the introduction part. Okay, so introduction, sir, why are you writing so much introduction? Is because the body has less analysis here. You cannot write too much of analysis here. The moment I know that I cannot write too much analysis here, I'll try to bring all the extra points in the introductions and conclusions. So that will make up for the less analysis that is there within the body of the answer. You should be very smart in doing this. These are the things that you should learn in this detailed discussion that we are doing. Anyways, so you first wrote about the CAG, then you spoke a little bit about what are the functions, and then you told about the CAG's powers within the constitution, how it is very broad. Okay, now give an example. Give an example of the 2G spectrum case. In the 2G spectrum case, the CAG did a proprietary audit. And in that proprietary audit, it came to a conclusion that the spectrum licenses were given at undervalued prices because it was given randomly, and this accounted to the loss of almost rupees 1.76 lakh crores. Look at this. It accounted to almost 1.76 lakh crores. So this is the next example. Okay, this actually is an example of proprietary audit done by the Comptroller and Auditor General of India, and this is within the ambit of the functions and powers of the CAG. So this is the points. Now I have done with this. Now the two demands. What are the two demands? The two demands are legality and proprietary. Okay, now CAG, this is the heading, CAG, looking into the legality of expenditure. What is this? Let us discuss. Okay, CAG, legality of expenditure. What is legality of expenditure? The first one, legality of expenditure, is allocation. To assess whether the allocation of resources was based on parliamentary approval. If the allocation is correctly allocated on the basis of parliamentary approval, that's the first thing that they will do in legality. The second one in legality is the transactions. So whether these transactions were followed or whether these transactions followed the procedures and rules established by law. Okay, this is the second one. Third one, they are going to check into the irregularities. Okay, that's irregularities. That is, the expenditure was spent outside the scope of approval. Look at this. These are the three aspects of legality of expenditure. What are the three aspects? One, allocation. Was the sum allocated to those sectors or departments that was actually approved by the parliament? This is the first thing that they'll check. The second they'll check is, was the transactions, it can be the transfer of money, it can be the expenditure of money, was this transactions done in line with the procedures and rules established by law? That is, was the billing done properly? Was it recorded in the government document? Is the government document signed by the competent authority? These are the things that they will check. The third is the irregularities committed, that is, they have spent the expenditure outside the scope of what that particular sum was allocated. So this is what is the legality of expenditure. So CAG is in a way the watchdog of financial spending of the government. This is what you have to talk here. Alright, so this is about the legality. The next comes the second demand, that is propriety. So here I'll say CAG, propriety of expenditure. What is this propriety of expenditure? Now we will see. The first is wisdom of expenditure. When I say wisdom of expenditure, what does it mean? It can look into the necessity of expenditure. That is the first one. Was it really necessary in order to spend the money where it's spent? That is the first aspect of propriety. The second aspect of propriety is it can look into economy and efficiency. It can look into economy and efficiency. What do you mean by that? That is, the money that was spent, was it spent in the most effective manner? Was it spent in the most effective manner? This is the second thing that they are going to check. The third thing that they will check is, was the money spent in the larger public interest? This is also very, very important, because sometimes they may just spend the money with some ulterior motives of helping some business communities. So that also is again outside the propriety of expenditure. Okay, so propriety of expenditure has three pillars. The first pillar is the wisdom of expenditure, that is, was it really necessary for us to spend that money? The second is the economy and efficiency. Now, though it is necessary, did you spend it with the most effectiveness and efficient way? The third is, was that spending impacting the larger public interest? If these three pillars matches, then we can say that the propriety of expenditure is correct. There is propriety of expenditure. Now, CAG obviously has within its ambit this this level of proprietary audit. Now, how do I know that is? This proprietary audit has been recognized even by the Supreme Court. Okay, the Supreme Court in one Munimji case. The Supreme Court in one Munimji case has recognized that CAG 1971, the CAG Act 1971, the powers of the CAG includes both legal as well as proprietary powers, auditing powers. So in this Munimji case, the Supreme Court had recognized that the CAG has within its powers the proprietary auditing. The second one, in Subramaniam case 2012, also the Supreme Court recognized the proprietary power of the CAG. Okay, so in both the cases, the one is Munimji case and Subramaniam case of 2012, in both the cases, the Supreme Court had recognized the proprietary power of CAG. Now, these two cases are something that they may not be with you in your writing answers, that I can agree. Obviously, we have looked into it, we have researched, and then we have taken this. But this is not the place where the margins will be decided. If you are writing a generic answer, most of the people will be writing a generic answer. Don't think that toppers would have brought these two cases and written it. Not true at all. Okay, the toppers also would have managed the way you have managed the answers. So always don't try to put down yourself. Always make sure that in the exam-like conditions, whatever problems you are facing, challenges you are facing, everyone is facing the same problems. With that, if you do, you will be very confident. Okay, so overall, this is what I would like to, this is how the structure of the answer should be. What is CAG? Then what is the legality of expenditure? What is propriety of expenditure? Supreme Court cases, and lastly and finally the conclusion. Conclusion, I tell that the CAG will act as a guardian of public money, as well as it acts as an advisor to the Public Accounts Committee. So the role of CAG is very broad than just auditing the accounts of the government. This is how I would like to conclude. Because CAG is a guardian of the public money as well as the advisor to the Public Account Committee, its powers are much broader than just auditing the financial accounts of the government. So this is how I would like to conclude. So this completes answer of CAG. So I hope you enjoyed this. Let us now move on to the next question. Let us now start off with the fifth question. First, let me read out the question. Analyze the role of local bodies in providing good governance at local level and bring out the pros and cons of merging the rural local bodies with the urban local bodies. Okay. So again, a straightforward question they are asking. As you know, the local bodies or local governments are a theme, especially the panchayats are a theme that they keep asking in GS2. So I hope you would have made a substantial amount of points for this and you have written a very good answer. A very easy question, straightforward one. So let's get on with it. So here the demands are, the demands are actually two parts. Again, the first is they're asking how local government will help in good governance. Straightforward this is. Okay. The second demand is how about if we merge rural local bodies, we merge the rural local bodies with the urban local bodies. Okay. So here also you can give the pros of merging and the cons of merging. That's all. See, in your mind, if you can prepare a schema like this is the actual demand of the question. So here, if you can bring 3 points, here if you can bring 3 points, here if you can bring 3 points, that is 9 points. And this completes your answer. Because with this 9 points, you'll also be writing introduction plus conclusion. Now this is all it takes to write an answer in mains. When people overcomplicate it, that is when they usually fall. Usually what happens, a lot of people will give more weightage to one part and less weightage to the other part. For example, you will start writing the first half so much because you have so much of content in the first half that you will start neglecting the second demand and then you will suffer from getting good marks. Okay, so don't do such mistakes. Always when you read the questions, the first thing that should run in your mind is this schema. The schema that I keep writing before I start a question is for you to be indicative that this is how it should work in your mind. So I hope you get the hang of that. All right. So this is how we will structure the answer. So how will I introduce? I've always told define or bring a context. Okay. So that is an easier way, or talk about some fact or a stat or articles. Something like that. So this is how you can define in GS2. So here I will define the panchayats or local bodies. So because they are asking both urban and rural local bodies, I'll define both of them. So how will my definition be? See, 73rd Amendment. Okay. Part 9. Article 243O. I'm sorry, Article 243 to Article 243O. This is panchayats. So I have defined panchayats. Then I'll go to municipalities or urban local bodies. 74th Amendment. Part 9A, Article 243O, I'm sorry, P to Article 243ZG. This is urban local bodies. Look at this. That's all. I told you, if you have the amendments, if you have the articles in your mind, that itself can act as a very good introductions. So this is how I will like to introduce. Okay. Now, let us go to the first half. The first half is local government and good governance. Okay. So first I'll talk about the local government and good governance. Okay. The first point is service delivery, especially in the realms of water supply, sanitation, health, Anganwadis, MGNREGA. In these aspects, the rural local bodies has been exceptional in its performance. Okay, so this is first one. The second is women in leadership role. Okay, so why this has helped in governance is women-centric problems. It has addressed the women-centric problems. It has reduced the nutritional aspects of both mother and child. So this is another aspect of it. The next is how it helps in good governance is principle of subsidiarity. Principle of subsidiarity. That is, the distribution of power should always be bottom up, or the design of policies should always be bottom up. Okay, that is what is the principle of subsidiarity. So this has helped in effective democratic decentralization. Democratic decentralization. So this is how you can write more citizens participatory, consensus based decision making. All these things you can keep writing, but I'm sticking to 3 points. Okay, so you can increase, you can write different points like local level participation. Okay, Grama Sabhas. Okay, the 5th one is proper resource. Local needs. They are, they address the local needs. That is consensus based decision making. So all these things you can keep adding, but these are the points that addresses the first half of the question. Now let us move into how will the merging of rural local bodies and urban local bodies help. Okay, this is what you can talk. So first, the merging of rural plus urban. So first I will talk about the pros. In the pros, what you can talk is integrated development. When you have integrated development, there will be reduced regional imbalance. Usually the rural urban gap is very much. So if you have to reduce the rural urban gap, then integrated development is the need of the day. So by merging both the local bodies, it can help in integrated development. The second is resource allocation. Okay, here because both the bodies are integrated, the resources not only can be allocated effectively, but it can also be used efficiently. It can be used efficiently. The third one is urbanization of rural areas. This is very important. Urbanization of rural areas. As you know, India is growing very rapidly. Because India is growing very rapidly, most of the rural areas are becoming peri-urban areas. And when they are becoming peri-urban areas, they are actually falling back on the administrative decisions. Because now there are panchayats, but the area is urbanized. So here there is completely administrative lag of the decisions being taken to what is being seen in the ground. So if this peri-urban areas needs to be addressed with their problems, then the integration of rural with urban is the need of the day. So this is how I will write the pros. Now I'll come to the cons. Okay, the first con is jurisdiction. Okay, we always know that overlapping jurisdictions will always create governance paralysis or decision making paralysis. That is the first aspect. The second half is the loss of local identity. I told you that democratic decentralization stands on principle of subsidiarity. So it always has to listen to the voices of the lowermost level of the powerhouse. And by merging rural with urban, there can be instances where urban can over dominate the rural areas, and this will result in the loss of voice of rural areas especially. Okay, the third one is bureaucratic overload. So there can be concentration of power, and that concentration of power can lead to bureaucratic apathy. It can lead to lack of implementation. It can lead to paralysis. It can lead to neglect of a few areas. So all this happens because of the merging of rural and urban areas. So this is our pros and cons. So how will I conclude? I'll conclude by talking that we already have a place within our constitution where we are following a coordinated approach. A coordinated approach of both panchayats and urban local bodies. And what is that coordinated approach? It is Article 243 ZD. It is Article 243 ZD in the form of district planning committees. So it is this district planning committees where the developmental planning is done on a coordinated approach. The developmental planning for a district is done on a coordinated approach where both the panchayats and the urban local bodies come together and they merge their plan so that the entire district can have a proper integrated plan. So instead of integrating the urban and local bodies at a local level, already what we have, the Article 243ZD, this has to be very effective, and if this is becoming very effective, then the principle of subsidiarity is truly resolved or truly seen in its spirit. This is how I would like to conclude. Again, a very straightforward question. These are questions that it should be expected, and hence the introductions and conclusions should be ready with you even before going to the exam. So I hope you like this question. So this completes the 5th question. Let us move on to the 6th question. Alright guys, now let us look at the 6th question. Let me read out the question. Public charitable trusts have the potential to make India's development more inclusive as they relate to certain vital public issues. Comment. Okay, now this is coming from the topic called developmental institutions, and in developmental institutions mainly the question used to come from SHGs and NGOs. All these years the question used to come mainly on the basis of SHGs and NGOs. So this is the first time that they're asking about the public charitable trusts. Okay, now two things. One, to bring specificity in the answer will be a little difficult because you might have not collected more examples. People who have collected more examples could have gotten more specificity with dimensions, but people who have not collected the examples in charitable trusts, for them it might be a little difficult. But overall, the content of this answer is same as what you write for NGOs as well as SHGs. The content is the same. The only thing is the examples has to be more from charitable trusts perspective rather than the NGOs and SHGs. So that is the only aspect. So let us discuss how this question is. I would like to segregate this question as moderate because you will not have that much specific examples for this, and this is the first time that they are moving into this area of public charitable trusts. Again, as I told you, they are moving into the areas in the syllabus that they had not asked before. For example, the alternate dispute resolution, or if you take the public charitable trust, these were something that were not touched up to this point, but this year they have touched upon this. So that means, or that indicates, that you have to develop some amount of data and content on all aspects of the syllabus rather than focusing on the important themes. That is the learning exercise for those students who are aspiring to prepare for the mains 2025. Okay, now let us look at how we are going to start with the introduction. The introduction is very simple. Public charitable trusts in India is mainly dealt with the Indian Trusts Act. The Indian Trust Act 1882. Public charitable trusts are mainly regulated under the Indian Trust Act 1882, and this public charitable trusts play a complementary role in the development story of India, or in the development of India. It plays a complementary role with the government, it plays a complementary role with the NGOs, it plays a complementary role with the SHGs. Okay, hence it is called developmental institution. All these things, okay, the NGOs, the SHGs and the public charitable trusts are all the developmental institutions that play a complementary role in development of our country. So this is how I would like to start. So as you come to the demand, the major demand that they are told is there are two demands. One, they are talking about the potential for making the development more inclusive. Okay, and one more thing they are told is vital public issues. Vital public issues. So this is the first aspect. The second aspect, obviously there is no other second dimension that they are given. They are given only one dimension. So obviously you cannot generate 9 points on this. You cannot generate 9 points on this. So what you have to do is bring the critically examining aspect. So you're going to critically examine. So when I say critically examine, along with the potential, now bring in the challenges. So when you bring in the challenges, that will give you ample amount of scope to write 9 to 10 points on this particular question. This is how you have to play with the demands. If there is less number of content, bring the critical analysis, talk the other side of the story. Okay, so first let us look at the potential. So for the first aspect is I'm going to address the potential. Now because they are asking in certain vital public issues, let us talk in different dimensions. First let us create a list of dimensions on vital public issues. It can be 1, education. It can be 2, healthcare. It can be 3, marginalized communities. It can be 4, environmental protection or conservation. Protection. 5, wildlife conservation. You can keep going on. You can keep adding it to it. But overall, what I would like to tell is, any person writing mains will have 1 or 2 public charitable trusts they would have heard about in their locality. Use that names itself to write the answer. You don't have to feel bad that you're not going to write a better answer, because most of the people will not have specific examples, but at least you will have 1 or 2 examples or 3 examples. If you have, try to generate dimensions from those 3 trusts. For example, let's say you have one trust that is giving charitable donations for vulnerable sections, creating jobs for vulnerable sections, right? That has one dimension. One which is helping for environmental conservation, right? One for that. And there will be several trusts that you will have. For example, see, if I take marginalized communities, you have heard about something called TriFed. This TriFed is a government trust. And this TriFed, the main job of the TriFed is promoting traditional arts and crafts of tribes. Look at this. Everyone has heard about TriFed. It is just that you should recollect at that point. Okay. So this is a government trust or government-backed trust that promotes the traditional arts and crafts of the tribes, who are the marginalized communities. So it helps in providing economic security as well as the economic independence of the tribal communities. The next is education. In education, you have the famous Azad Trust. Okay, so this Azad Trust or Azad Foundation mainly help in providing quality education to vulnerable communities or marginal communities. So that is another example. The next is healthcare. If you take healthcare, you have Tata Trust. Tata Trust has mainly opened a recent cancer center. It has opened a cancer center in Guwahati. This in order to help the patients, especially those who have non-accessibility and unaffordability to quality healthcare, especially in Northeast India. Okay, this is another example of it. Environmental protection, you can take CSE. Now this is a trust that works on environmental justice. So they study the environmental policies and they critically provide the drawbacks, challenges, implementational strategies for the government, and in that way they try to bring environmental justice. Then you have the Wildlife Conservation Trust. The Wildlife Conservation Trust. This Wildlife Conservation Trust also helps in the protection of endangered species. It helps in protection of endangered species. Now this, along with WWF India, it will help also in creating safe habitats by working with the government. So like this, you can, whatever examples you have, try to reverse engineer from the example the dimension. So reverse engineer from the example the dimensions. This is one way of creating an answer. Okay, at least whatever 2-3 trusts you have. Okay, with that we should be able to generate a a proper dimension. For example, in Karnataka you have a lot of trusts like Dharmasthala Trust. That has helped not only in feeding the poor but also in educating the vulnerable. That trust is so multidimensional that you can talk in any way. It has created township, it has created employment, it has helped in women empowerment. So in this way, I can use that Dharmasthala Trust in any way I want to. There is several trusts like that. That, for example, the ISKCON Trust. Okay, it has helped in providing quality food to all the people, right? So like that, you can create a lot of different dimensions from the examples that you have. So this is how you should start. So don't get panicked just because you don't know the content. You will know. Just relax for a little bit. You would have heard 1 or 2 examples. From that you can generate the dimensions. Okay. So this is the first part of the question. The second dimension, as I told you, since they have given only 1 dimension, now I am going to comment by critically analyzing. I will tell that though these charitable trusts are significant for the development, they face certain challenges. What are the challenges? Again, the challenges are common. Challenges for charitable trust is also common too. NGOs is also common. Any development institutions, the challenges will always be common. The first is regulatory complexities. The first is regulatory complexities. So regulatory complexities, what does it mean is, we have several acts that it regulates. So for example, you have Trust Act, then you have IT Act, then you have FCRA Act. So when you have all this act, it creates complexity for the compliance of these acts. That is the problem with the Indian ecosystem of especially the developmental institutions. The second challenge that we have is governance issues. Okay, governance issues. There is a lot of cases of mismanagement of funds. There is a case of mismanagement of funds. So that is the second dimension. The third dimensions are funding restrictions. Funding restrictions. That is, in India, the funding aspect is highly regulated. It is highly regulated and restricted. Okay, that is the third problem. The fourth very important problem that most of the charitable trusts face is the trust deficit. There is a trust deficit. So what is trust deficit? That is, there is public perception. There is public perception that is very negative on the trust. Why is it very negative? It is because of the case of fraud and misappropriation. The case of fraud and misappropriation. So these four challenges are the reason why public charitable trusts are not able to realize their potential. They are not able to realize their potential. Why am I telling this? They are not able to realize their potential because in the question also, see, they are given potential. Okay, so this is the reason why they are not able to realize the potential. Okay, so how will I conclude the answer? I'll conclude the answer by using again the keywords. Okay, what are the keywords? This public charitable trust will help in channeling resource efficiently, in addressing public issues, Okay, the next is they help in bridging socio-economic gaps, and the third and the last one, they help in establishing an equitable society. Look at this. See, at the end of the day, the entire thing is a game of word play. That's why I told you in GS2, your keywords plays a very, very important role. These keywords can be used in different answers. Let them ask you in NGO, SHGs or public charitable trust, the keywords more or less remains the same. What are the keywords? Channeling resources efficiently, addressing the public grievances, equitable society, bridging socio-economic gaps. How will they help in the realm of education, healthcare, marginalized communities, environment, wildlife conservation? And if you take the challenges also, the same keywords, okay, regulatory complexities, trust deficit, governance issues, funding restrictions. Okay, so these are the keywords that you should have a set of inventory done, that you should be repeatedly using in your answer writing practice. If you've done that, GS2 becomes very, very easy. Okay, anyways, so this is about the sixth question. So I hope you have understood how to address the question, even though it is coming from an area that has not been asked in the previous years. Alright, let us move on to the next question then. Let us now start off with the seventh question. Let me just first read it out. Poverty and malnutrition create a vicious cycle adversely affecting human capital formation. What steps can be taken to break the cycle? As I already told you, the moment you read the question, make the schema. Okay, what is the schema? The schema is the demand of the question. So what is the demand of the question here? The first, they are talking about the vicious cycle. The vicious cycle between what and what variable? Poverty and malnutrition. This is the vicious cycle that they are talking about. So this is what we will address first. The second is what steps can be taken. Okay, see now many students, what they do here, they are going to write what is there already implemented by the government. But here the question is asking in the second part, suggest reforms or suggest steps, okay, to break this cycle. So this is something that you have to talk from your innovation and creative perspective. Please just don't list out midday meal schemes, Poshan Abhiyan. Yes, you have to use it, but I will tell you how to structure it. But students who would have suggested that original aspect of it, they would have won the game here. Okay, so let us see how to actually create this or structure this answer. A very interesting question. Social justice will always be easy. Okay, social justice and governance. Now these questions will always be easy. Okay, so just make sure that you practice the last 10 years of questions, previous year questions. You will get almost 100 keywords. And if you can use that 100 keywords in your future answers, you're done with your preparation. This is the trick for social justice and governance sections of GS2. Anyways, coming to the introduction part. First, I'll briefly write what is poverty. Poverty is the lack of accessibility to basic necessities of life. Lack of accessibility to basic necessities of life such as food, shelter and clothing. Okay. Now, alleviation of poverty. Alleviation of poverty is one of the important objectives of the government as enshrined in our directive principles of state policy. If not directly, implicitly, the DPSP states that elimination of poverty is one of the important objectives of the government of the day. Okay, so this is how I'll start. Now, I will give the heading, the vicious cycle between poverty and malnutrition. Okay, now I have to explain this vicious cycle. So, on one side you have poverty. Okay, on the other side you have malnutrition. So how is it going to create vicious cycle? Okay, so poverty means lack of access. So the food that the poor will lack any type of nutritional abilities. When it has any type of nutritional abilities, obviously that will result in malnutrition. Correct. So how will malnutrition further reinforce poverty? They will reinforce poverty because if you are malnourished, then your physical development is affected, your cognitive abilities are affected, and when physical development and cognitive abilities are affected, your productivity will come down, and when your productivity will come down, obviously you will not be as successful as others, or you will not be able to do same work better than others, and that will result in reinforcing the poverty. So this is broadly affecting the human capital formation in India, and that in turn is leading to the inefficient usage of demographic advantage in India. So this is how I would like to this is the first demand. This is how I'd like to address the first demand. So in the first demand, I would like to prove what is this vicious cycle and how it is affecting India. But in the same dimension, I would also like to point out that I'm still in the first dimension, that is this dimension. I would also like to talk about the Niti Aayog's multidimensional poverty index. According to this Niti Aayog's multidimensional poverty index, in 2013-14, our multidimensional poverty index was almost 29.17%, and in 2022-23, it is dropped to 11.28%. So, in the matter of almost 1 decade, the multidimensional poverty index has been reduced by 17.89%. Now, this is an achievement that shows that India's trajectory is in a proper direction in order to break this vicious cycle. Okay. Now let us move on to the second part. The second part states what steps can be taken. Okay. So steps that can be taken is on, I can divide the steps can be taken into two folds. One, policies are already present. Policies are there. We just need implementation. That is one way of talking it. And new way of thinking. See, I am trying to bring two dimensions here. What steps can be taken? One, I will talk about the policies that are already present, and next I will say the new way of thinking. So what are the policies that are already present? So the policies that are already present, I can talk like for example integrated child development system, ICDS, all right, which deals from 6 months up to 5 years of the child. So that is ICDS. The next is the midday meal scheme. Okay, the next is you have Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Yojana as well as DBT. The next is we have National Food Security Act. Okay, the next is fortification, the fortification rules of FSSI. Okay, the next is we have universal health care. Okay, then we have obviously the Poshan Abhiyan. Okay, and the last is with respect to education, that will break the vicious cycle. We have the Right to Education Act under Article 21 of A. So these are the policies that are already there, but it needs better implementation. Okay, now new way of thinking to break this vicious cycle. New way of thinking is how to break the vicious cycle. You can think about one, providing universal basic income. Universal basic income. So this is one of the radical way how we can make sure that the vicious cycle can be broken. The next is bringing the model of UK's healthcare model. UK's healthcare model. So UK's healthcare model works on something called National Healthcare Service, NHS. Okay, this NHS basically provides quality healthcare. It provides quality healthcare for all the UK citizens for free of cost. So basically this model should be worked into. This model can help India to provide healthcare and therefore remove that malnutrition aspect which is actually reinforcing poverty. Okay, so that is another aspect. The third one is providing skilling and employment with the help of industry, academia, collaboration. Okay, so basically you can say that this is already being done, but this has to be done at a much radical level. Okay, there has to be some level of deadlines that should be given to industry, academia, collaboration to make sure that this many amount of people, especially at the lowermost strata, must be skilled and employed. So overall, this is how I like to divide this and tell you what steps can be taken to break this cycle. All right, so this is about the this question. How would we like to conclude this? The conclusion can be, from 1991 to 2021, the poverty has been reduced. However, there is new challenges. There is new challenges that are coming up to this poverty alleviation problem. The challenges includes the challenge of automation from AI, the challenges like environmental degradation due to climate change, the challenges like epidemics like COVID. So this automation, environmental degradation and epidemics, these new challenges are further perpetuating poverty, and this creating the new challenge for the government as well as other developmental institutions to break the vicious cycle. So this is how I would like to conclude the answer. So I hope you understood how you have to address the questions, especially from social justice and governance. So this completes the question number 7. Let us move on to the next question. Let us now look at the 8th question. First, let me read it out. This question I will teach you how to build the entire answer with the help of your basics. If your basics are strong, you can build a very good answer, and this question is very evident on that particular aspect. So let us look at it first. The Doctrine of Democratic Governance makes it necessary that the public perception of integrity and commitment of civil servants becomes absolutely positive. Discuss. So basically what they're telling is, in a democratic governance, why is it necessary to build a perception that is absolutely positive, especially with respect to civil servants? Okay, this is the question. As I told you, schema. Try to make the schema. The schema is, first you have to talk what is the doctrine of democratic governance. Obviously, because they are told that, they have used that, it is better you establish your premise of what the doctrine is. The second is you talk about why is it necessary. Why is it necessary to actually have the perception, the public perception to be absolutely positive? And the third is how do we do it? How do we do it? That is, how do we make it completely positive? Okay. So the first is, what is the doctrine? So now see, when they say Doctrine of Democratic Governance, when they say Doctrine of Democratic Governance, now see, democracy means it is the rule of the people by the people. Okay, it is the rule of the people and by the people. And what is governance? Governance means effective delivery of services to the people. Effective delivery of services to the people. Now, what is Doctrine of Democratic Governance? It means when you club the both. That is, when people actively participate, when people actively participate in the governance process. We have always told when people actively participate in democratic process, that means in electoral process. Now here we are telling when people actively participate in the governance process. What do you mean by governance process? The governance process is the delivery of services, goods and services. So when people, when common man actively participates in the governance process, then you call it as Doctrine of Democratic Governance. So I hope you established the premise. After that, why is it that people will actively participate? If there is a positive perception on civil servants. Why is this important? Now you have to talk about the second aspect, that is, why is it necessary to have positive perception? So let us come to the second part. Now let us address why public perception absolutely positive is important. Okay, the first reason is reflection of institutions. What do you mean by this? It means civil servants reflect democratic institutions. That is, how civil servants are, that is what will be juxtaposed on the institution as well. For example, if civil servants are integral, if civil servants are honest, if the civil servants are upright, then the same image is imposed upon the institution as well. However, the vice versa also works. If the civil servant is corrupted, if the civil servant lacks empathy, if the civil servant is purely rigid with no type of flexibility, then the same thing is imposed upon the democratic institution. So the reflection of the institution is mainly done or created with the medium of civil servants. Hence, it becomes very important for an absolute positive relationship of a civil servant. Okay. The second aspect is public trust and confidence. Okay. The public trust and confidence in the government as well as in the governance process. Okay. The public trust and confidence in the government and the governance process comes with the image of civil servants. Okay. So again, for the public trust and confidence to be high, the image of the civil servant or the perception of the civil servant plays a very important role. The third is with respect to decision making. People, okay, will feel secured about the decisions making. That is, there is less favoritism. Okay, there is more merit based and the decisions are more objective. When will people feel that the decisions have all this value? When they feel that the civil servants, are very objective, okay, in their decision making. Okay. The next is corruption. When the people know that the civil servants are very upright, when they know that the civil servants are uncorruptible, then the common man will also not participate in corruption. Look at this. So all this makes it necessary that the civil servants have absolute positive perception, especially with the common man or the people. Alright. So basically we have addressed what is the doctrine. We have done this. We have addressed why is it necessary. Now let us talk how do we include that perception. Okay. So if we have to include that perception in, so next is how. How do we make sure that the perception becomes absolutely positive? Okay. Now we have to work on two areas here. We cannot just say civil servants. So one, we have to work on the civil servants and 2, we have to work on the common man. So with respect to civil servants, it becomes easy. One is reinforce code of ethics. Code of ethics is still not operational. We have to bring in the code of ethics. The second is we have to strengthen our RTI and citizen charter. Okay, with respect to common man, we have to make them believe that they are not beneficiaries. They are not beneficiaries, but they are participants. They are participants in the development of the country. So that is the first one. The second thing, that is basically their awareness. Awareness about what exactly is RTI, awareness about citizens charter, awareness about grievance redressal system. Okay, I will conclude that though the perception is not absolutely positive, that should not deter the common man or the citizens from active participations, because it is always the citizens who will make sure the civil servants are accountable. So if the citizens wait until the perception is positive for them to participate, it actually will not do good to the essence of democratic governance. So absolutely positive is something that they should not wait for, and the active participation should happen, because positive, negative are always there in any type of a system. So this is how I would like to conclude. So I hope you enjoyed the answer, and I hope how you could build an entire answer with just your basic knowledge, and that is the best part about the social justice and governance. So this completes the 8th question. Let us now look at the 9th question. Usually question 9, question 10, question 19 and question 20. 4 questions will come from international relations, as we have discussed in the trends and analysis part. However, this will actually be on the easier side. Okay, if you observe, at least 3 out of 4 questions will be very easy. So this is where you can build your confidence. If you have the starting problem in GS2, you can directly go to the international relations and start reading the answer. Once you're done with it, you can come back to the other parts, so that initial whatever resistance you have, you can break that resistance by starting with the sections that are actually easy. Okay, that is one way to do it. Anyways, coming to the 9th question, let me read it out first. The West is fostering India as an alternative to reduce dependency on China's supply chain and as a strategic ally to counter China's political and economic dominance. Explain the statement with examples. Okay, so here again the schema is 2 parts. The first part is the West is looking at India as an alternative for China's supply chain. So that is the first aspect that you should talk. Okay, the West is looking at India as an alternative for China's supply chain. The second is, it is also looking, the West is looking at India also as an alternative for, or alternative as a strategic ally. Also as an alternative for, or alternative as a strategic ally. Okay, so again, this is 2 parts or 2 demands within the body that you have to analyze. Before that, let us start with the introduction. The introduction reads, or introduction can be that today we have a multipolar world. And it is said that the next century is going to be an Asian century where both China and India are going to play a pivotal role. So this is how I would like to start. Okay, next I would like to talk from post-COVID era. From the post-COVID era, we saw 2 models of international governance. Okay, one is the Indian model, another is the China model. Okay, China started with what we call as debt diplomacy in the international realm, and India started what we call as aid diplomacy in the international realm. So this is how you have to write the 2 paragraphs. Okay, you can write one, talk about the multipolar world in where China and India is playing a pivotal role. In the post-COVID era, the 2 models of international governance, where one is playing the role of debt diplomacy, another is playing the role of COVID diplomacy. For example, you can say COVID Maitri, the COVID Maitri initiative, where vaccines were given at a very cheap rate to, vaccine supply was there for all the developed, underdeveloping as well as developing nations from India. So this is how you can start with the introduction. Okay, after the introduction, as I told you, the first demand is how it can act as a alternative to China's supply chain, and the second demand is how it can act as an actor to the strategic ally, against China. So these are the two demands that you have to play around. So the first demand, let us talk about the first demand, that is alternative to China's supply chain. Here again, whatever you have studied for prelims, make use of the same content to write an answer. International relations becomes good because whatever knowledge you have gained in your prelims, you have read the current affairs, on the basis of that only you can play around. Okay, the first one in the supply chain, the first one you will talk about is Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. So this Indo-Pacific Economic Framework as a trade pillar, and in this trade pillar, it is basically creating supply chain ecosystems outside China. Okay, so that is the first aspect. The next is the Make in India initiative, the Make in India initiative and Atmanirbhar Bharat. Okay, that is another point that helps attract investments, attract capital from the West. Okay, it shows that we have the infrastructural facilities, we have the government support, as well as we have a skilled workforce. So all this makes it an alternative supply chain to China. The third aspect is the logistics. India used to suffer from logistics, but if you take the logistics performance index, okay, so in 2014, okay, we ranked 54th, whereas in 2023 we have ranked 38 out of 139. So this shows that our logistic performance index is also improving. And the last aspect is the demographic advantage that India has. As you know that compared to China, now India is better placed with respect to the demographic advantage. So these are some aspects that I will argue that India can act as an alternative to supply chain of China. Okay, so this is on the aspect of supply chain. The second is the aspect of strategic ally. How can India act as an alternative strategic ally to the West against the China? So here you can talk about one, the Quad. The Quad has been developing different programs to counter China. For example, it has come up with something called Maitri. So what is Maitri? Maitri is Maritime Initiative for Training, Maritime Initiative for Training in Indo-Pacific. So it will train all the personnel of all the countries of Indo-Pacific so that there should not be any type of break of law, or there should not be any type of unlawful activities in the Indo-Pacific. So on this, training will be given by the Quad countries. So that is what is Maitri. Along with this, they have also launched something called Maritime Domain Awareness. So this maritime domain awareness is basically monitoring and surveillance of Indo-Pacific. Okay, the second one is the Sagar initiative of India. This Sagar, rather than initiative, it is a principle. What is it? It is a philosophy. And what does it say? It says security and growth for all in the Indian Ocean region. So basically India is acting as a focus point or a focal point where it helps everyone so that they can grow together within the Indian Oceans, especially the littoral countries of the Indian Ocean. So that is another initiative. The third one is India's Act East policy. So India's Act East policy, rather than being passive, India will become an active agent in taking part in the problems of Southeast Asia. So this is the third one. The fourth aspect is the collaboration between India and Japan. India and Japan have been stronger than ever before, and this India and Japan are strategically coming up with several initiatives like Africa Asia Growth Corridor. Okay, so this is one. The last one is the defense exercises. The defense exercises in the Pacific. Okay, example is Malabar. Example is Malabar exercise. So all this points out that India is better suited as a strategic ally with the West to counter China. So these initiatives show that India is better suited. So I hope you got this. So basically, explain this with examples. That is why I've given you a lot of examples while stating it. Okay, so I hope the answer, it is very straightforward. This aspect is very, very straightforward. However, the conclusion, what can be the conclusion? The conclusion can be that India has to balance its relations with China, because China is also an important ally. China is also an important ally, especially in Asia. If we have to counter Pakistan, if we have to balance Russia, then China also plays a very important role. And if we have to manage our borders peacefully, then China plays a very, very important role. So for that, we should make sure that India should balance its relationship with China. It should not blindly go into the realms of the West or the initiatives of the West just to counter China. That is, India's agenda should not be to counter China at all levels. That should be the conclusion. So I hope you like this question number 9. So this completes this question. Let us go to the question 10. Let us now look at the question number 10. Critically analyze India's evolving diplomatic, economic and strategic relationship with the Central Asian republics, highlighting their increasing significance in regional and global geopolitics. Okay, so again, don't forget critically analyze. So you have to bring both the sides. Don't forget that. Okay, when I say both the sides, the significance as well as the challenges. Okay, so this is something that you should talk about. All right, so now the focus area of this is Central Asian Republic. Keep that in your mind. Okay, so two aspects you have to talk about. First aspect, they have only told the diplomatic, economic, strategic relationship of CAR both in regional and global geopolitics. This is your first demand. The second demand is, because they are asking you to critically analyze, you have to talk about the challenges. That's all. This is the schema. So the moment you get to know this, now let us jump to the introduction. How will you like to write the introduction? Central Asian republics constitutes 5 nations. They are Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan. Okay, so this is what you will start by writing. This may find silly, but there is nothing silly in your answer writing. This is something that has been taught by Anudeep Durishetty, who has got All India rank 1. This is how he used to also define. Alright, so always there is nothing called silly. You have to be very, very specific. The simple the answer, the more effective the answer is. Okay, so you talk by telling that CAR, that is Central Asian Republic, is the part that constitutes the 5 nations of these 5. That is Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Kyrgyzstan Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan. So these are the 5 nations. India came up with something called Connect Central Asia 2012 initiative in order to improve deeper ties politically, economically, culturally with the Central Asian nations. This is something that you should talk. So if you don't know about Connect Central Asia 2012 also in the exam, it is okay. Don't worry about it. Okay. But overall you can define by telling Central Asian nations are this. So that is the first way you can introduce. Now coming to the first demand. The first demand is, how is it important to have, or how significant is the relationship? Okay. So the first aspect, let us talk about the significance. So in the significance, this is the first demand that I will be doing. So in the significance, the first point is, you can talk about the regional stability. Okay, the relationship between the India and CAR is important because of its proximity. Because of its proximity to both Pakistan as well as Afghanistan. So the relationship of India and Central Asian Republic, if it is on the good lines, then it can put moral pressure on these nations to have stability without sponsoring terrorism. So that is the first aspect, that is regional stability. The next is accessibility. Accessibility because this Central Asian republics have very rich uranium reserves. They have very rich petroleum and natural gas. So the accessibility to these resources for India becomes very important, because India is on a development trajectory where its mineral consumption as well as electricity consumption is going to rise in the future. Okay. The third is connectivity. Okay. Now connectivity with Russia, connectivity with Eastern Europe, both connectivity with Russia and Eastern Europe depends upon India's connectivity with Central Asian Republic. That is, India's projects like Ashgabat Agreement, the International North-South Transport Corridor, or you can take the TAPI, that is Turkmenistan, Afghanistan, Pakistan International Pipeline. All the projects will depend upon India's relationship with Central Asian Republic. Okay. The next is if we want to have a multipolar world, where we balance West with the East, okay, the West with the East, then relationship with Central Asian republics becomes very important. The last is if India has to bring about UNSC reforms, okay, and if India has to have an edge in the United Nations on issues concerning developing nations, okay, also if India has to bring about changes with respect to climate change initiatives or climate change targets globally, for all these things the Central Asian republics support is very, very important. So I have spoken 2 points about global and I have spoken 3 points about regional. So in this way I have focused on the significance both at the regional level as well as at the global level. So this is how you can address the first part of the question. Okay. The second part is critically analyze. So you have to talk about the challenges. Okay. The challenges is the first, India is seen increasingly inclined towards the West. Okay. So when India is seen increasingly inclined towards the West, the Central Asian republics have no choice but to move towards the proximity of China, Afghanistan as well as Russia. So this is the first problem. The second is the connectivity projects. The connectivity projects are stalled. They are not taken off or they are not going in a pace that we anticipated. That is the second problem. The third problem is regional cooperations like SCO, okay, has been less ineffective in bridging the gaps between these countries. When I say bridging the gaps, it means increasing cooperation as well as collaboration. Okay. So the last challenge is the disruptions that are happening. In West Asia. Why I tell you this is because of these disruptions, our Chabahar port initiative has again kind of become a challenge in maintenance. So we hoped that through the Chabahar port we can connect to the Central Asian republics, but this is again becoming a difficulty because of the constant disruption. That is, Iran is again in war with Israel, Iran is in war with Pakistan. So this tussle, Iran with Saudi Arabia, in Yemen, so this tussle is again creating a challenge. So these are some of the challenges that shows that India's relationship with Central Asian Republic is still a far way to go. So I would like to conclude in this way. That is, I would like to start by telling, connect Central Asia. It has been more than a decade. That we came up with this policy of Connect Central Asia. It is time that we advance and we rejuvenate this Connect Central Asia to something called Act Central Asia. So Act Central Asia goes beyond the infrastructural project. Act Central Asia goes beyond the connectivity projects, and Act Central Asia is something where it builds trust and faith of the people of Central Asia with India. So this is how we can help get the significance or reap the significance of the Central Asian Republic, and we both together can help regional stability and grow together regionally as well as globally. So this is my conclusion. So I hope you understood this question. So this completes the 10 markers. Let us now move on to the 15 markers. Let us now start off with question number 11. Let me first read it out. What are the aims and objects of the recently passed and enforced the Public Examination Prevention of Unfair Means Act 2024? Whether University and State Education Board examinations too are covered under this act. Okay. Now, before I get into the aspect of how to deal with this answer, one thing that you should have an idea of about is the legislations or the acts. Usually they used to ask the legislations and acts even in the previous years, but they used to ask very famous ones, the ones that are very important, the ones that are very much well known. These are the acts that they used to ask. But now what is very important is you should be well versed with all the legislations and acts that are passed in the current year. So all those students who are aspiring to write mains next year, be very careful in writing down all the acts and a crisp note down of the provisions of that act, so that it will help you answer the next year, because the current year's legislations and acts has become important now. Okay, and coming to the question as such, the question is on the difficult side, because I feel that many of the students would have not gone through this act because it was not on the conventional lines of preparing for the UPSC GS2 paper, and hence most of you would have just either browsed through or would have just neglected it. However, I would put it under the category of difficult, okay, because they are asking you very direct questions. If they had asked you the consequences, or the need, then the question becomes easy. But when they ask you the aims and objectives, okay, when they ask you the aims and objectives, then the question becomes very specific, and hence it becomes a little difficult. But how to frame the answer if you don't know anything about this is, now look at the act, the name of the act carefully. It says Public Examination Prevention of Unfair Means. Okay, now in public exams, they have to prevent unfair means. Okay, so they have to prevent unfair means. So you can anticipate what can be the steps that they would have taken to stop the unfair means in public examination. And also you can address the need for it and the consequences for it, even though they have not asked about it. You can add this extra dimension, because obviously there will not be enough amount of content to write an entire 15 marker year. If that is the case, then you can write an average answer or a just average answer for this question. Okay, that is how in the exam like scenario I am trying to tell you how to exactly frame the question answers. Okay, such questions will always be difficult, not only for you, for everyone who is writing the mains. So please don't feel that you are the one who is going to suffer. There is less margins of creating differential in such difficult questions. As I always keep telling, difficult questions are not where you get more marks or you create a lot of differential in mains at all. Difficult questions are not only difficult for you, it will be difficult for everyone. So the margins of getting better marks for good answer in difficult question is very less. Okay, so don't worry about it when the questions are difficult, because that is not where the game is. The game is how you are going to deal with the rest of the 18 to 19 questions that actually will be easier side. So that is where the game actually lies in mains. Okay, so with that, let us now go on to the aspects of this question. Let us first start with the introduction. The introduction, I can start by telling that the recent instances of rampant misuse or malpractices during public examinations as necessitated the government to come about with the Public Examination Act 2024. So this is how I will start. Okay, this is my introduction. So after introducing this, now let us talk about the aims and objectives. The aims basically is talking about is in order to maintain the examinational integrity, okay, the educational integrity, and overall the societal fairness. Okay, so obviously if a person is able to clear the exam through malpractices or illegal means, that is unfair on the meritorious and hardworking students. So it also furthers the societal fairness. So that is the aims. What are the different provisions? The different provisions of this act is: one, it defines unfair means. It defines unfair means very broadly. It defines unfair means very broadly. That is, it defines all different malpractices. It has listed all the malpractices like impersonation, okay, leaking of question papers, fake documents, Okay, then you have tampering with resources. Then you have you have the assisting students during exams. You see that when the exams are going on, either the people or invigilators can help you, or there are people who are passing down the chits through the window, all this. So the unfair means has been very broadly defined. So it has listed different aspects of unfair means. So that is the first one. The second provision is the punishment. Okay, so here the punishment is twofold. One is the punishment to the individuals who have committed the malpractices, and the second is the punishment to the service provider also. So here the schools, the teachers, they themselves also can be punished for the negligence. So that can be a ban of up to 4 years. This can be a ban of up to 4 years. And here the imprisonment is 3 to 10 years. So that is another provision in order to deter individuals from malpractices in public examinations. Okay. The third one is it empowers authorities. It empowers authorities. How does it empower authority? It empowers authorities to allow surprise checks. Okay, and it also empowers the authorities to blacklist service providers. Whomever they doubt that there is malpractice, they can blacklist the service providers. Okay, along with this, obviously you have fast track or speedy trials. And then you have the last one, provisions for public awareness of not committing malpractices, and also the consequences of commission of malpractices is also part of the public awareness. So these are some of the aims and objectives of this particular act. Okay, overall the next half, the third half, is whether university and state education boards examinations too are covered under this act. Now yes, you will tell that the university as well as the state education board are covered under this act. Okay, all entrance exams, board exams, as well as competitive exams that are taken up by the government bodies. All these exams are covered under this act. Okay, so why is this? All these are covered under this act. The main reason is uniformity in standards. Okay, so basically there has to be uniform standards of fairness and transparency. Uniform standards of fairness and transparency across different educational levels. And to bring this uniformity, the Public Examination Act 2024 is striving for uniformity in maintaining integrity of education, integrity of examination, societal fairness, transparency, accountability, and this is the main essence of the Public Examination Act, Prevention of Unfair Means Act 2024. This is the main aspect of it. Okay, so concluding remark. The concluding remark would be the center as well as the state must work together. They must work together in implementing this act if they have to maintain the educational and examinations sanctity. So I hope you understood this. Okay, so this is how I would like to conclude. Again, a very straightforward and a specific question. It becomes a little difficult for us to generate points on this because the questions are very specific. However, such difficult questions will always be there in mains, but what you should know is such questions will not create any type of a difference because it is difficult for you, it is difficult for everyone. So this completes the 11th question. Let us move on to the 12th question. Let us now start with the 12th question. The right to privacy is intrinsic to life and personal liberty and is inherently protected under Article 21 of the Constitution. Explain. Okay, so this is the first part. Explain. They are asking you to explain the right to privacy in India. The second is, in this reference, Discuss the law related to DNA testing of a child in the womb to establish its paternity. Okay, so again the schema is as follows. The schema is, first you have to explain the right to privacy in India. Okay, the second is you have to explain the paternity testing and the right to privacy. Okay, so again the schema should always be that these are the two demands that should come in the body of the answer. Okay, again what you can tell, you can start the introduction by talking about Article 21. Article 21 is a fundamental right that assures the right to life and personal liberty. Okay, it assures right to life and personal liberty. So how will we introduce? We'll introduce by talking about Article 21. Article 21 is a fundamental right that guarantees the citizens of India the right to life and personal liberty. Okay, and we start by talking about how right to privacy came to be included within Article 21. So first we talk about what is Article 21, then you can give a small heading, the evolution of right to privacy. Okay, the first one is Kadat Singh versus the state of UP. This happened in 1962. Here the Supreme Court had not recognized the right to privacy. It had given a judgment that right to privacy is not part of the rights guaranteed by the Constitution. This is what was told in Karat Singh versus the state of UP. In the second one, the case was PUCL versus the Union of India case. This case happened in 1997. Here the Supreme Court for the first time recognized the right to privacy, but it also recognized the reasonable restrictions. Okay, so this is the start of recognition of the right of privacy in India. The third was the landmark case of 2017, that is famously known as Puttaswamy case. Okay, so in this case the right to privacy was the fundamental right and it was part of Article 21. It is integral to the part of Article 21. So this is what was told in the Puttaswamy case. And not only this, it was also given the triple test. In the same Puttaswamy case, it was told that any law that breaches the right to privacy must pass the triple test of legality, necessity, and proportionality. So this is about the right to privacy. Along with this, if you want extra information that you could have written, this obviously most of the students will not know, but you can write if you had known. Globally also, if you speak globally, Article 12 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights as well as Article 17 of International Covenant of Civil and Political Rights. Article 12 and Article 17 is nothing but protecting the right to privacy of an individual. Okay, so this is what is the first part. The first part is they are asking you to explain about right to privacy in India. So this first part is where you explain the evolution of right to privacy, how it was eventually becoming integral part of the Article 21, and today it has become the integral part of Article 21. Okay, so now they're coming to the second part. Discuss the law relating to DNA testing of a child in the womb to establish its paternity. Again, this is a question that becomes a little difficult to write because it is very specific. So most of the students would have faced the difficulty, and I also would tell you that it is okay that you are not the only one. Most of the people will face such difficulty at this particular point of the answer. However, let us talk how to deal with this. The first is discuss the law relating to DNA testing of a child. So first give the heading as DNA testing of a child in the womb. So first you talk about what are the two rights that are at stakes here. One right is the rights of the child and the mother. The other is the right of the father, that is the paternity test. Okay, so here you have the rights of the mother and child, that is the right to privacy as well as the bodily autonomy. The next is paternity test is the justice. Obviously, if a father wants to know that that person is truly a father, then that is where the justice has to be done. So there has to be a balance between the right to privacy and bodily autonomy on one side and with the importance of providing justice on the other side. Now coming to the law relating to DNA testing of a child in the womb, we have PCPNDT Act 1994. All right, so this act mainly deals with restricting sex selective abortions. It makes it a crime in order to practice sex selective abortions. However, PCPNDT is silent upon the paternity test. It is silent upon the paternity testing. Okay, but what is important is there is no law in India that actually regulates paternity testing, that actually balances justice with right to privacy. That is what you should write. The next is, however, there are been Supreme Court judgments that have set precedents of how to go about paternity testing. Okay, there has been Supreme Court judgments on paternity testing. The first important judgment is the Gautam Kundu versus the state of West Bengal. Okay, this happened in 1993. Gautam Kundu versus the state of West Bengal. Here, the Supreme Court clearly told that there should not be any paternity testing. There should not be any paternity testing which will violate the right to privacy as well as the bodily autonomy of both the mother and the child. Okay, so here in 1993, the Supreme Court was against the paternity testing. It told that such testing should not be done as it violates the right to privacy. Okay, however, in recent times, there is a second case, that is Rohit Shekhar versus Narayan Dutt Tiwari. Okay, this case was in 2012. In this case, the Supreme Court has overruled the previous judgment. It has told that the matrimonial courts, have the power to order the medical test. That is the first point. They have the power to order the medical test. The second point is it is not violative of Article 21. So it is not violating the article of right to privacy. However, it says that such orders must always be done only if the applicant has a strong prima facie, and there is sufficient material before the court. Okay, so it has told that such medical testing can be done. They can make use of such medical testing in recent modern times. However, it has to be done with a lot of precautions. The reason why it overruled the Gautam Kundu versus the state of West Bengal Act is they told that Indian Evidence Act that was shaped in the 1800s or in the 1870s, that did not predict or that did not foresee DNA profiling technologies that we have in modern days times. So we have to evolve with the evolving of technology, and if the technology can help bring justice, then definitely it can be used. That is why from the Gautam Kundu case, if you take the Rohit Shekhar versus Narayan Dutt Tiwari case, here the Supreme Court has told that it has allowed medical testing. However, it has to be done in rare and exceptional circumstances, especially when the applicant has a very strong prima facie as well as there is sufficient material before the court that allows them to go for the medical testing. So in this way, the Supreme Court has allowed to bring in a sort of regulation in a legislative vacuum area of the right to protecting the right to privacy of a child in its womb. That will be my conclusion. My conclusion will be that there has to be a legislation or provisions within the current legislations that will protect the right to privacy of the child who is there in the womb. So this is how we can conclude this answer. So I hope you understood this. The second half is obviously a little difficult side because these are the very unheard of Supreme Court cases that we would have not studied much. So that is where you would have written a generic answer. That is completely fine, not an issue at all. But now you have got to know the Supreme Court cases. So start collecting such Supreme Court cases as in when you come over that particular issues. That is how you make a list of Supreme Court cases that you can use in your GS2 answers. So this is about the question 12. Let us move on to the question 13. Let us now start with question 13. Let me first read it out. What changes as the Union government recently introduced in the domain of center-state relations suggest measures to be adopted to build the trust between the center and the states for strengthening federalism? Okay. So here federalism as well as center-state relations. This is a conventional question. Every year there is one question on this, so I hope that you people are prepared on this even before going to the exam, or you're appearing for the next year. Make sure that you prepare on center state. Center state will always have one question, so it is a conventional question, an easy question because it is very broad. They're not asking anything specific. They're just asking what are the changes introduced in the recent times with respect to center state. It is very broad, and when they're asking you, suggest measures. Again, it gives you an ample scope to write Punchi Commission, Sakaria Commission, the National Commission on Working of the Constitution. All their recommendations can be written here. So that gives you the wide scope to write a very good answer for this question. However, let us look at how to structure the answer. First is the introduction. You can introduce in different ways. You can talk about how federalism is a basic structure, is part of the basic structure of Indian Constitution, as told by in the S.R. Bommai case 1994 by the Supreme Court of India. Next, you can also say federalism in India is sui generis. Okay, it is sui generis, or it is unique because in India federalism is the union of states. It's a union of states where we have a strong center. However, the states also have independent constitutional existence. They have independent constitutional existence. Okay, so that is the next paragraph. Also, you can say that federalism, or in general center-state relations are dealt in the part 11 and part 12 of the Indian Constitution. That is another way of. So you are going to write 3 different paragraphs about federalism. Okay, or you can write any 2. It is up to you. All right. Now coming to the schema. The schema is first you have to talk about the recent changes that are introduced, and the second you have to talk about measures to build the trust. See, they are asking measures to build the trust means in the changes there is something that is negative that is happening. You should obviously try to predict that. Okay. Otherwise, why would they ask measures to build the trust? That means that there is some level of trust deficit between the center and state, and to bridge this trust deficit, they are asking you the measures. Okay. So in the recent changes, don't focus only on the positives. Talk about the negatives that are happening between the center-state relations also. Okay. So that is it. So now let us first talk about the recent changes and then move into the measures aspect. So for coming to the recent changes. Okay, now here I can talk about the positive changes. What are the positive changes? You can give the heading as positive changes only. The first positive change is the coming of the Niti Aayog that replaces the Planning Commission. Okay, the Planning Commission had overlapping jurisdiction with Finance Commission. Now the Niti Aayog mainly focuses on cooperative federalism. It mainly focuses on cooperative federalism. That is, all decisions that are made will have states as a part of the decision-making wing. So that is another good thing or a positive thing, to make states participants in the decision-making process. The second aspect that is important is the GST Council. The 101st Amendment in 2016 that amended Article 279A. Okay, that amended Article 279A. So this GST Council shows how both the center and the state surrendered part of its power so that it can together work and improve the taxation system, especially the indirect taxation system. So this again shows that the center-state relation worked coherently in order to bring greater national development. That is another very important aspect. The third aspect is the 15th Finance Commission's recommendation. The 15th Finance Commission had recommended around 41% of the allocation as vertical devolution to the states. So increasing the allocation further helps bridge the trust, and that is why another very positive recent changes. However, now coming to the negative aspects of it. The negative aspects include: one, you have the encroaching legislative powers of the state by the center. Okay, now encroaching the legislative power of the state by the center, the best example is the formulas. Okay, that is a best example. The second is trying to become overly dominant, especially in the subjects in concurrent list. So when it comes to concurrent list, the center is becoming overly dominant. Now there is nothing wrong with it, because in the concurrent list, the laws made by the center will always have higher priority compared to the state. There is nothing wrong, but becoming dominant will reduce the trust. Okay, example is the NEET issue with Tamil Nadu. That is another example of the trust deficit. The third one is the fund release. When it comes to MG and Rega, there is very much delay in the release of funds that affects the functioning of the programs at the state level. Okay, that is another accusation done by the state upon the center. The fourth one is rationalization of centrally sponsored schemes. Here, the states are pushed into committing for the policies or the programs that are executed by the center. For example, a very good example is the PM Kisan as well as the Ayushman Bharat. Okay, and the last change is the increasing role of, the fifth one is the increasing role of governors' interventions. As you take the state of Tamil Nadu, the state of Kerala, as well as if you take the Puducherry, everywhere, the Union Territory of Puducherry, everywhere there has been a constant tussle between the governor and the chief minister, governor acting as an agent of the center. Okay, so these are some of the negative aspect of center-state relations that we are seeing recently. Another example is the Article 293. Okay, this is where the borrowing limit of the states and the role of the center is questioned. Example is Kerala. So Kerala is trying to borrow the money through its public sector enterprises, which the center is not allowing, telling that it is already having outstanding liabilities. But here the Kerala government is telling that outstanding liabilities is with the government. The government is not trying to borrow. It is the public sector enterprises that are taking the money. So it has nothing to do with the government of the day, and hence it goes outside the peripheral control of the union government. However, this tussle is happening. That again shows that there is a trust deficit. So these are the first demand. What are the recent changes that are affecting the center-state relations? Now addressing the second part. The second part is suggesting measures. Okay, there has been several commissions like Sakaria, there has been Punchi Commission, there has been the National Commission on Reviewing of the Working of the Constitution. So all this as referred or as recommended how to improve the center-state relations. The first one is trying to make sure that the interstate council, that is already been set up under Article 263 is functioning efficiently. Though the interstate council has been created, it has not been working to its maximum potential. there has been very less interest in the states as well as the central in calling upon all of them to come together. So they have to start functioning effectively via the interstate council. Only through this council can they discuss the issues of common interest. Only through this council they can come to a consensus based decision making, and they can improve their trust deficit. That is the first one. The second one is the role of governor. Okay, here the role of governor, the Punchi and Sakaria commissions can be recommendations can be taken. One, the governor's role is the governor's tenure is fixed, not at the pleasure of the president. The second is the governor should not just act as an agent of the central government. The third is the chief minister must be consulted before appointing the governor. That will improve the trust deficit between the center and the state. The third one is with respect to the financial autonomy. The financial autonomy of the state should not be hampered with. For example, currently the union government is putting more of cess and surcharges. However, the state government has no role, or they have no share in the cesses and surcharges. This affects the financial autonomy of the states. It also brings the question of fairness in financial autonomy. So like that, financial autonomy of the state must be respected, and they must be given their share timely. Okay, the fourth one is with respect to less conditionalities with grants. Less conditionalities with grants. Okay, when they are giving grants, especially after the recommendations of the Finance Commission, the grants are coming with a lot of conditionalities, and that again affects the autonomy of the operation of the state government. So this is another aspect. So this is how I would like to conclude. Overall, I would like to conclude by talking about three aspects that will help in collaborative national development. What are the three aspects? The first is financial autonomy. The second is collaborative decision making. And the third is deeper engagement. Now these three, only with these three can there be a true cooperative federalism, and only if there is a true cooperative federalism, it can lead to balanced national development. So this is how I would like to conclude. Again, a very straightforward question. You would have written a beautiful answer if you have read the newspaper consistently. Hence, reading newspaper again is very important and a very straightforward question. So I hope you enjoyed this. Let us move on to the next question. Let us now move on to the 14th question. Let me first read it out. Explain the reasons for the growth of public interest litigation in India. As a result of it, as the Indian Supreme Court emerged as the world's most powerful judiciary. Okay. Now, they are asking you as a result, as it emerged. So here you have to take an opinion. Okay. Don't forget to take an opinion. However, public interest litigation is very, very popular topic. So you would have studied it in your prelims as well. So with your prelims knowledge also you can answer. Okay. Now they are asking the reasons. Since they are asking the reasons, it becomes an analysis rather than trying to write a specific answer. And because it is an analysis, I would say it is easy to moderate question. Okay, so let us start off with how to write the answer. Obviously, in the introduction, define the PIL or the public interest litigation. This is something that started in the 1980s. It is nothing but relaxing the traditional role of locus standi. What does it mean? It means locus standi means only those people could have approached the court whose rights are infringed. Now, because of public interest litigation, the individuals or organizations can approach the court on behalf of the people whose rights are infringed in the interest of the public. That's why it's called public interest litigation. So this is what is known as PIL. PIL was popularized by two important judges. There were Justice Krishna Iyer and Justice Bhagwati. Also, one important lawyer, very famous lawyer who popularized the PIL and who helped in environmental jurisprudence through PIL was the MC Mehta. Okay, so this is the introductory part of what public interest litigation is. Now, the schema. The schema is two parts. See, explain the reasons. So first you have to examine the reasons why there is a rise of or the growth of PIL. The second is, as Indian judiciary or Indian Supreme Court become the world's powerful judiciary. Okay, so this is where you have to address the first as well as the second demand. Okay, so now let us start by addressing the first demand of the question, that is the reasons for the growth of PIL. The first is, the reason for the growth of PIL is judicial activism. Why does judicial activism come? Due to executive inaction. Judicial activism comes due to executive inaction, and because of the executive inaction there was judicial activism that gave rise to what we call as PIL. That is a very important step. Okay, for example, you can take the environmental judgments. For example, MC Mehta cases. You can take, through the MC Mehta cases there was the coming of polluter pay principle. This concept came through this MC Mehta case. There are several MC Mehta cases on environmental jurisprudence. There is one case because of which there is today Taj trapezium. This Taj trapezium to protect Taj Mahal came because of the MC Mehta case. So all this is because of executive inaction that the judiciary had to become active and take steps, and because of that, that becomes one of the major reasons why you are seeing the growth of PIL. Okay. The second is the public or the organizations. These spirited individuals or groups, are trying to make sure that the justice is accessible to remote areas as well as to vulnerable communities. It is accessible to remote areas as well as vulnerable communities. So that is another reason, that is high-spirited public or organizations. This also increases with the increase in awareness. Okay, the last one, the last reason or the third reason why there is increased use of PIL is the social reforms. The social reforms, that is questioning the outdated laws, especially that has colonial legacies. Example is the section 377 that has colonial legacies, as well as the ones that are having discriminatory practices or that are having systemic injustices. Okay, so such social reforms or the propensity for social reforms again pushes us in the form of PIL to get justice. So the three important reasons is, one, judicial activism due to executive inactions. Then you have the public or the organizations who are highly spirited with the increasing awareness to bring justice not only to themselves but all those people who are facing injustice but they are not able to approach the judiciary. The third is the propensity for social reform within the society, to question the outdated laws, systemic injustices, as well as the discriminatory practices that are there within the laws itself. So these are the three important reasons why there is growth of public interest litigation. So you've seen the first reason. Now let us go and talk about, as this made the Supreme Court of India the world's powerful judiciary. Now let us give the heading, emergence of Supreme Court as the world's most powerful judiciary. Let us give this heading. The first one we can talk about is how PIL has made the judicial review. It has made the judicial review more expansive. Judicial review was basically to check if the laws or the rules are in conformation with the Constitution. Now, how it has become more expansive is, not only will it check the laws and rules, but now the Supreme Court can also intervene if there is legislative. It can also intervene if there is legislative or executive inaction. See how the judicial review has become more widespread and expansive because of public interest litigation. It was used to review the laws. Now it can also review the vacuum within the law also. So that has been made possible with the coming of PIL. Okay. The second reason that we can talk is how PIL along with Article 32, along with Article 226 has made sure that the basic objective of the Supreme Court is truly realized. What's the basic objective of the Supreme Court? The basic objective of the Supreme Court is, it is the guardian of Indian Constitution. So it is the institution that upholds constitutional supremacy. It is an institution that upholds constitutional supremacy. So we can say that PIL has helped in strengthening the Supreme Court in maintaining the basic objectives of the Supreme Court. The third one, what PIL has done is, through PIL, the Supreme Court has addressed the issues, and now the Supreme Court has also included a way of suo motu. It has also included the cases of suo motu, taking recognition of infringement of rights across the country. So the Supreme Court can now, across the country, if it feels that there is an administration of justice that has to be done, it is now going to take suo motu. It is going to take suo motu interest in that case and take it under its ambit. Now this started as a sequence of PIL. Because of PIL, now the locus standi is further diluted, and it now becomes the responsibility of the Supreme Court to suo motu go ahead and take up any cases where it seems that there is an administration of justice that has to be done. So that is the third aspect. The fourth one is global recognition of activism. Global recognition of activism means, if you take the Olga Tellis case, talked about right to livelihood. Olga Tellis versus the Bombay Municipal Corporation case, it recognized right to livelihood as a fundamental right under Article 21. If you take the Puttaswamy case, if you take the MC Mehta case, now all these cases, the Olga Tellis, the MC Mehta cases, these cases and the judgments given in these cases have gone on to create important jurisprudence around the world. It has gone on to create important jurisprudence around the world. So that makes Indian judiciary a very, very important aspect, a very, very powerful institution. So these are the four reasons which we say that yes, the Supreme Court is one of the world's powerful judiciary. However, there are also instances where this power is also used sometimes in order to overreach the functions of the executive and the legislature. That is what is going to be my conclusion. My conclusion is going to be, though yes, it has emerged as a powerful institution, there are instances where there is overreach in the name of activism and innovation, where the judiciary will go beyond the border of its powers and step into the shoes of the executive and the legislature. So this is how I would like to end this answer. So overall, this is how you can bring different dimensions and answer this a very, very good way. Alright, so this completes the 14th question. Let us move on to the 15th question. Let us now start with the 15th question. Let us first read it out. Discuss India as a secular state and compare with the secular principles of the US Constitution. Okay, again, secularism is an important theme that the questions keep coming. Previously, in one of the years, they had asked, compare Indian form of secularism with the French. Now this time they are asking Indian form of secularism with the USA. Alright, so overall, I would say that this question is on the easier side. So I hope you people have written this. So again, you have to have two demands. The first is, you have to talk more about India as a secular state. So that is the first demand. The second demand is, now you have to compare India with the USA with respect to secularism. So these are the two demands of this particular question. Let us start off by defining it. In the introduction, you define the positive form of secularism practiced in India. The positive form of secularism practiced in India means that there is equal respect to all religions in the country. There is equal respect to all religions in the country. The government will maintain neutrality and will maintain respect to all religions, but it can intervene into the secular matters. It can intervene into the secular matters if that secular matters infringes any fundamental right. So this is what is the positive form of secularism practiced in India. Now you have to now go on telling India as a secular state. So you have to first prove what are the different aspects within the Indian constitution that tells that India is a secular state. You should say that the first is the preamble. The spirit of the preamble shows that India is a secular state. The 42nd amendment that was done is added a word called secular within the preamble that again reinforces the spirits of secularism within the Indian society. The third one that we have to also know is the fundamental rights. Okay, the fundamental rights that run from 25 to 28 provides freedom of religion. It provides freedom of religion. So this again highlights the importance of secularism. In India, we have the right to propagate, profess and practice any religion. This shows that India is a secular state. Okay. Also, one more aspect that you can tell is the positive form of secularism is when there is equal respect to all religion and the government will help all religions. For example, the government provides subsidies. It provides subsidies. Also, the government will also overlook the temple administration. It overlooks the temple administration. So this shows that the government will have equal respect and will make sure that the welfare of all the religion is taken care of. So this is another positive form of secularism. And you can add one more point here, how the state can intervene if the secular practices are regressive or if the secular practices within a religion is infringing the rights of the citizens or the people of the country. The example of this is the abolition of triple talaq. Okay, so overall all these points prove that India is a secular state and India follows a positive form of secularism. So this is the first half of the question, very easy, basics. If you have studied for your prelims itself, you can write a very good answer. Okay, the second half of the question is compare the secularism of USA with India. So if you take USA and if you compare this with India, what are the differences in the secularism practiced in USA compared to India? As I told you, USA follows negative form of secularism. India follows positive form of secularism. What is negative form of secularism? There is strict separation of religion from the state. There is a strict separation of religion from the state. Positive, as I told you, equal respect of all religion. Okay, that is the first one. The second aspect is there is no state intervention at all into religious matters. There is no state intervention into religious matters. The Indian form, there is state intervention, but the state intervention can happen only in secular matters. It can happen in secular matters within the religion, and it can only happen if the secular matters are infringing the fundamental rights of any citizens. So that is the second point. The third is the judiciary. The judiciary also cannot interpret religious laws. It cannot interpret the religious laws. In India, the judiciary can interpret. It can interpret the religious laws, especially if the religious laws are not in tune with constitutional morality. They are not in tune with constitutional morality. So I hope this is the third one. I hope you understood the difference. The fourth one is here the civil laws are completely distinguished. The civil laws are completely distinguished from religion, whereas in India the civil laws, okay, in India the civil laws are derived from religion. Okay, the civil laws are derived from religion. So this is how USA and India's form of secularism is. Overall, how will we conclude the answer? We will conclude the answer that both the countries have two different approaches of secularism. Both the countries have two different approaches of secularism, and both the approach reflects unique historical and cultural context of these nations. Why have we taken a positive form and why have they taken a negative form? It just signifies our historical experiences with religion as being a positive way of interaction. Their interaction with religion in the historical period was a negative way of interaction that has made them to not allow any type of intervention of religion into their state. Okay, hence the historical experiences and the cultural context is what has set these two approaches that we have inculcated today as two different models between the two different democracies. This is what I would like to conclude the answer as. So again, a straightforward answer, a very easy question which I think most of the students could have written a very good answer. So this completes the 15th question. Now let us move on to the 16th question. Let us now look at question 16. Let me just read it out first. The Citizens' Charter has been a landmark initiative in ensuring citizen-centric administration, but it is yet to reach its full potential. Identify the factors hindering the realization of its promise and suggest measures to overcome them. Okay, so the moment you read the question, make the schema now. The schema is, first you have to talk about the Citizens' Charter. Okay, how it was a landmark initiative. Okay, so you have to talk about that. That's the first aspect. The second aspect is you have to talk about what are its limitations. Why do you think it is not able to reach its full potential? Okay, and the third aspect is obviously suggest measures. Okay, so overall your entire structure of your answer should revolve around these three divisions. All right, so first let us introduce the concept. The concept can be introduced by defining what is Citizens' Charter. Okay, so what do you mean by Citizens' Charter? Citizens' Charter is a public declaration. It is a public declaration made by the government or the department or any public sector enterprises. So what is this public declaration? It declares the services that it provides. It declares the services that it provides. That is the first one. The second, it declares what should be the quality of service. That is, it will declare what should be the minimum standards. The third is, it declares the timeline within which the delivery of services must be made to the citizens. And the fourth one is the grievance redressal. In case, let us say that the services are not met to the standards that have been told, or the services are not met timely to the time limit that has been set, then the grievance redressal for such instances where the government or the department could not keep up with the promise. So this is what is the definition of Citizens' Charter. Okay, the next is how Citizens' Charter has been a landmark initiative in citizen-centric administration. You have to focus or touch upon this. So here you touch upon how Citizens' Charter has been a landmark initiative in citizen-centric administration. The reason why it helps in landmark initiative in citizen-centric administration is, one, it brings effectiveness, it brings efficiency, it brings responsiveness, it brings participation Okay, and most importantly, accountability as well as transparency. Now, because it brings these assets into the governance process, it helps in improving, or it becomes a landmark in the citizen-centric administration. So I hope this is the second aspect that you have to talk about. Obviously, I am not going to go inside what you will write in effectiveness, efficiency, responsiveness. I am assuming that you people can write normally the English language of what responsiveness means, what efficiency means, what effectiveness means. So that is a normal language of governance, you can talk about it. But overall, this is the second part that you have to touch upon. So after defining what is the Citizens Charter, you also have to define how it is a landmark initiative in ensuring citizen-centric administration. The next aspect is it is yet to reach its full potential. Identify the factors hindering them. So the next aspect that we have to talk about is limitations. Okay, so the first and the most important limitation is Citizens Charter is mainly seen as a ritualistic. It is seen as a ritualistic exercise. Okay, when I say ritualistic exercise, it is done only for formality. It is not followed in spirit, especially by the bureaucracy. Okay, that is the first aspect or limitation of why we have not reached its full potential. The second is all stakeholders are not consulted. All stakeholders are not consulted. That is, especially the frontline bureaucracy. Especially the frontline bureaucracy are not consulted in designing the Citizens Charter. So when they are not consulted in designing the Citizens Charter, the design of the Citizens Charter will not reflect the reality. It will not reflect the reality. Correct? The deadlines that they are setting, the quality of standards that they are promising, it will not be in touch with the reality, because it is always the frontline bureaucracy who will know the reality of how difficult the process exactly is. So it becomes necessary that you involve the frontline bureaucracy when you are designing the Citizens Charter. Okay. The third one is awareness. Many of the public are not aware about what Citizens Charter is, what is the essence and how to make use of the Citizens Charter. That lack of awareness again is hindering the realization of its full potential. The fourth is the outdated promises or standards. That is, the Citizens Charters are not continuously appraised, they are not continuously updated, and that itself is another problem of the Citizens Charter. The fifth limitation is the language used in the Citizens Charter. The language used in the Citizens Charter is legal jargons, and these legal jargons are not easily comprehended. They cannot be understood by the common man. This is done mainly in order to keep the common man away from realizing the potential of the Citizens Charter. So this is another problem. And the last problem is the limited training and capacity building. Limited training and capacity building. Okay, so this is the overall limitations aspect of it. So we have discussed what is Citizens Charter, how has that been the landmark initiative, and what are the limitations of the Citizens Charter. The last dimension is suggest measures to overcome the same. So whenever they ask limitations and whenever they ask suggest measures, okay, always use the opposite of limitations. That itself will become the suggesting measures. This is the trick that you can play in your mains exam. This can save you a lot of time, it can generate a lot of points, and it can give you a lot of dimensions. Okay, so this is one trick that you should know. Whenever they ask limitations and suggest measures, use the same points of limitations and try to write divergent. Try to write the opposite of it, suggesting how it should become a measure to overcome that limitation. For example, first one, we have to make sure that all stakeholders are consulted. When we consult all stakeholders, it makes the Citizens Charter all inclusive, and it also makes the Citizens Charter more realistic. See, this is the first point. The second, the language used in the Citizens Charter must be very simple, It must be able to be easily comprehensible by the common man. That is one. The third importance is we have to constantly appraise, and there has to be a constant updation of the services, the quality of the services that have been rendered by a particular department. The fourth one, the grievance redressal. The grievance redressal must be very effective, because the grievance redressal must be functional as well as effective, because that is what makes the citizens charter and the people following the citizens charter accountable to the department. So accountability will kick in only if this grievance redressal is working properly. Okay, so with this four things, we can say that you can bring in many more things that you can add. For example, you can talk about the incentives. You can talk about the incentives for the department if the timelines are met. Okay, and they can also talk about penalties for the same department if timelines are not met. Okay, timelines are not met. Like this, you can go on making the citizens charter very inclusive. You should make the citizens charter very inclusive. You should also make the citizens charter more realistic. Okay, you should also make sure that the people are aware about what exactly is the citizens charter. This is what is going to be my conclusion. So the conclusion is citizens charter will not only be it will not only help in the proper delivery of services, it will not only help in the delivery of quality services, timely delivery of quality services, but it will also help boost the public trust in the administration. And this public trust in the administration is very, very important, as we say in the Doctrine of Democratic Governance. Hence, Citizens Charter is a significant landmark initiative in the realm of citizen-centric administration. So this is how I would like to conclude this answer. So you have got to know the introduction, how to analyze in the body, and how to conclude. So I hope you enjoyed this. This is about the question 16. A very straightforward, very simple question. Citizens Charters, Right to Information Act. These are all some things that you should be prepared even before going to the exam. When these comes, you should write them very, very elaboratively without thinking or having any type of doubts. So this completes the question 16. Let us move on to the question 17. Let us now move on to question 17. First, let me read it out. In a crucial domain like the public healthcare system, the Indian state should play a vital role to contain the adverse impact of marketization of the system. Okay, suggest some measures through which the state can enhance the reach of public healthcare at the grassroots level. Okay, again the question is purely talking about healthcare and the problems of privatization of healthcare. Okay, that has always been a challenge in India, and that is exactly the question that is coming from a conventional aspect of the syllabus. Always you should know that education and healthcare, these are the two topics where you should have prepared the answers beforehand while going to the exam, because either one will always be asked. If education is asked, healthcare is not asked. If healthcare is asked, education is not asked. So either of the one question will always come in the section of social justice and governance. Okay, so I would mark this question as easy because it is coming from the conventional aspect. So here the first is, how will you introduce? Before we start before you go to the introduction, let us first write the schema. Okay, so what is the schema here? The schema constitutes first, what is the problem of marketization of healthcare? What is happening due to the marketization of healthcare? Okay, that is the first half. The second half, we have to talk about some measures of how the state can enhance its public healthcare. Okay, it can enhance its public healthcare. Okay, so these are the two demands of the question. Now here in the first demand, the marketization of the healthcare, here you can talk about both the aspects. The problems of privatization also you can talk. Okay, you can also talk about the challenges within the public healthcare also you can talk. Okay, this is also you can talk, because the challenges within the public healthcare is what has facilitated the exponential rise in the private healthcare. So you can talk on both the lines. So this is the schema. So once you know the schema, obviously we can get into the now how to structure the answer. So in the introduction, I will try to give you two different types of introduction we can use in different ways. The first introduction is telling how public healthcare is what will create equitable society, because it allows affordability, accessibility and availability of healthcare to all its citizens, including the poor and vulnerable sections. Look at this. This is one way of introduction. Okay, this is defining or bringing about the importance of the phenomena. Okay, another way of introduction, I'll give you another way of introduction. This way of introduction is trying to bring the context. So what is the context? The context is in 2017 there was a 7-year-old girl who was affected with dengue. She was admitted to a private hospital in Gurugram. And this hospital charged the girl. The girl eventually died, and after dying, their family was charged 17 lakhs for 15 days. This was the bill that was given to the family after the girl passed away due to dengue. This shows the exploitation of the private healthcare of the poor citizens of this country. Or you cannot tell like that. This shows the exploitation of the private healthcare of the citizens. Okay, and this invited the national outrage. So this is another way of introducing. As I always tell you, bringing in the context. When you talk about some particular current issue that is happening for that particular relevant of the questions, then you tell that it is a context. So this is another way of introducing. So this also you can do. So we are introduced the question. Now let us talk about the first half. What is the problem happening with regards to marketization of healthcare? Okay, so the first demand is you talk about the privatization or the marketization of healthcare. Okay, so the first point here is, according to National Health Account, 2017, 60% of healthcare expenditure is out-of-pocket expenditure in India. 60% of the total expenditure in healthcare is out-of-pocket expenditure. Okay, that is very, very huge in a country like India. So that shows the out-of-pocket expenditure, the expenditure coming from the pocket of the citizens is mainly because we are mainly privatized. Public healthcare is not that penetrative for reducing this out-of-pocket expenditure of the citizens of this country. So that is the first point. The second point that you can tell is, according to Niti Aayog, 80% of the private hospitals are located in urban areas. 80% of the private hospitals are located in urban areas. That is the second another point that points to the skewed nature of the private healthcare, because most of the profits are there in urban areas. All these private hospitals are clustered in these urban areas. The third point is, as per the 2021 Public Health Foundation of India, as per 2021's Public Health Foundation of India, in 2021, 55 million people or 55 million individuals were pushed to poverty. 55 million people were pushed to poverty due to health care related expenses. Okay, due to healthcare related expenses, 55 million people were pushed to poverty only because they couldn't pay the bills. Look at this. That is again very, very huge. The next aspect is, the private healthcare is mainly focused on curative healthcare. They are not focused on preventive healthcare. Now the reason is, curative healthcare is more profitable, and hence they are more focused on this. For example, the private healthcare and its role in the elimination of TB has been abysmally low. If you take the elimination of TB, if you take the progress done in leprosy, if you take the progress done in trachoma, we have eliminated trachoma. So all these aspects, public healthcare has played a very crucial role. So only when it comes to curative diseases where there is much of the profit, private healthcare comes into picture. That is another problem. And the last I told you is the challenges within the public healthcare. The challenges within the public healthcare. What is the challenges within the public healthcare? It is understaffed, it lacks infrastructure and the human resource, especially at the higher end. That is, there is the number of psychiatrists, the number of surgeons, the number of specialists are very low. For example, here also you can take in UP and Bihar. In UP and Bihar, the number of doctors per population is 1:17,000. Okay, whereas WHO says that the number of doctors to population should be 1:1,000. Look at this. This again, all this thing shows the problem of why the state has to play a vital role in containing this adverse effect of privatization of healthcare. So I hope you understood these points. Okay. Now after touching upon these dimensions, now let us provide some measures of what the state can intervene and do to reduce this adverse effect. Okay. So the state's role. The first aspect is, as per the national health policy, increasing the expenditure on healthcare. Increasing the expenditure on healthcare to 2.5% of the GDP. This is the first thing that the state can do. This will help fund all that public healthcare system that is suffering from the lack of functionaries as well as funds. Okay. The second is trying to build capacity. So the second is capacity building. Now capacity building of whom? Capacity building of our ASHA workers as well as Anganwadi workers. They have already played a very stupendous role, especially in maternal and child health. So you can enhance their scope. We can enhance their scope and try to improve the last mile delivery of healthcare services. That is the second point. The third point is introducing intermediary courses like a 3-year course. Okay, this 3-year course can be intermediary level. They can treat general diseases. So this will help overcome the problem of staffing. So we are suffering from understaffing. So by creating intermediary courses, more number of human resources can be infused into the healthcare. The fourth is integrating modern medicine with Ayush. Okay, this is also one of the objectives of our national health policy. So integrating our modern medicine with Ayush, that will help overcome not only the infrastructural deficit, but will also bring a lot of human resources into our public health care. Okay, the fifth one is using telemedicine as well as digital solutions effectively. Telemedicines and digital solutions effectively. By doing this, by making use of the technology, we can reach the remote areas and make sure that the healthcare is provided in a very timely and affordable manner. Okay, so these are the steps that we would like to suggest on the behalf of state in order to negate any type of adverse role of over marketization or over privatization of healthcare. So this is about the last demand. Finally, the conclusion, what I would like to tell is, we have to move towards the UK model of national health system, where universalization of healthcare should be our primary motive, and make sure that all citizens of India are provided with timely, affordable, accessible and availability of all medicine and treatment at all times. This is what should be the priority. So this is how I would like to conclude the answer. So I hope you enjoyed this, a very mainstreamed and straightforward answer. These are things where you should be ready with your points and write it as soon as you read the question. Very easy question. So I hope you understood this. Let us move on to the next question. Let us now start off with the 18th question. Let me read it out first. E-governance is not just about the routine application of digital technology in the service delivery process. It is as much about multifarious interactions for ensuring transparency and accountability. In this context, evaluate the role of interactive service model of e-governance. Okay, so basically what you should start off, first of all, before we start off, e-governance is a part of your syllabus. It is very much necessary that, again, you should have been prepared with this particular content even before you go to the exam. But here the only difference is they are talking something about interactive service model. So what is interactive service model? Very simple. Before, the e-governance was talking only about one-way communication. Alright, now it is two-way communication. That is, not only can you deliver the services to the public, but the public can also communicate back how good the service was there any problem, what can be the improvement on that particular service. This is all interactive. So with that basic knowledge, you can just fine-tune the points that you have already done on e-governance and write the same thing here. So I would consider that this question is easy. Just because they're using a new thing called interactive service model, you should not get confused. More or less, they're talking about the same aspects. So the advantages will always be the same. The examples will always be the same. It is just that you have to just change the English a little bit to talk everywhere about how interactive it is. Apart from this, it becomes the same. So overall, we will start by defining. In the introduction, I will first define what is e-governance. As they told, the inclusion of ICT in governance process. The inclusion of ICT in the governance process, especially for the delivery of services to the people. Especially for the delivery of services to the people is what is e-governance. Okay, so e-governance assures objectivity. E-governance assures that there is timely delivery of services. So this is my first paragraph. Look how I will now bring in the second paragraph. The evolution of e-governance has moved from one-way communication to two-way communication. So the e-governance is not only focusing on delivery of services, but it is also now focusing on the feedback mechanism of the users. So when it bases itself on the feedback mechanism of users along with objectivity and timely delivery of services, it now adds the next layer of accountability as well as transparency. So this is what is the evolution of e-governance. Look at this. This is how I would like to talk with my two paragraphs. Now, I will talk about the evolution of or the role of interactive service model of e-governance. So, what is this interactive service model of e-governance? Let us discuss. So, interactive service model of e-governance. The first is, it is a two-way communication. It is a two-way communication. So when it is a two-way communication, it means that there is, responsiveness from the public. There is active participation from the public. And when there is active participation from the public and responsiveness from the public, obviously it is the department that is now going to have accountability, and there is constant corrections from the feedbacks received. Okay, there is constant corrections from the feedback received. So that is the most important aspect of the interactive service model. Okay, the next is, you can talk about the as you told you, efficiency in service delivery. Efficiency in service delivery. For example, because it is interactive, we'll be able to pinpoint what exactly is the demand or what exactly is the request of the public, and we can cater to the exact demand and exact requirement of the public, and this will improve the efficiency of the delivery of public services. Okay, the third one is, it becomes more inclusive. It becomes more inclusive because when it is interactive, the marginalized, the vulnerable, the remote, their grievances can be heard. Their grievances can be heard. When their grievances can be heard, the model will become all the more inclusive. It will become all the more representative. So that is the third aspect of the interactive service model. The fourth one is public trust. The fourth one is public trust. The fourth one is public trust because interactive service model bases on decision making. It bases on decision making that is consensual. when I say consensual, the decisions are based on both the government as well as the people. And because people are the active participants, they will have more trust in the government, more trust in the governance process. They will believe that the government is there to help them. So that is another advantage of the interactive service model of e-governance. So these are the 4 important points that I would like to bring upon to tell what is the difference of interactive service model compared to the previous e-governance model. Okay, but we cannot stop it here right away. We have to talk a little bit about the challenges. The little bit about the challenges is, one, interaction comes only if there is digital literacy. So if there is no digital literacy, people will not know how to interact, especially in rural areas. So this will make the interactive service model not much useful, especially in rural areas. The next is, interaction becomes possible only if the bureaucratic apathy is reduced. That another is a challenge. So only if the apathy is reduced, only if the bureaucrats are also responsive enough, can the interactions take forward. Okay. The second challenge is the connectivity. See, digital solutions are more attractive in urban areas, but in rural areas, they suffer from connectivity losses or the affordability factor. One, either the affordability is not there, or the connectivity itself, there is no connection itself. That is another problem in remote areas or rural areas. That is another challenge of the interactive service model. Okay. The third one is the technology. See, for interactive service model to happen, the two modes of interaction, that is the government as well as the public. Now, both these actors must have high advanced technology. For example, smartphones. They need to have smartphones. However, if you take in India, especially in rural areas, there are many population or many groups of villages where they don't have smartphones that are compatible to help this interactive service model. So another handicapped part of this particular interactive service model is the technology. Okay. The last and the foremost very important thing is the awareness. Okay. The awareness of there is an option of interacting through which you can provide a feedback mechanism. And finally, the grievance redressal if the interactions made by the public will get no response. What if the interactions made by the public will have no response? Then what then? Then the interactive service model will fall. So these are some of the challenges. One is the digital literacy aspect. Another is the connectivity where there is no affordability or there is no connection itself. The third is technology compatibility, especially in rural areas. The fourth is awareness, and the fifth is grievance redressal. As you can see, what I have done is I have taken the same points that I had garnered for e-governance in my notes. I have just changed it for the interactive service model and written it to the demand of the question. This is the way smartly you have to write in the exam. If you feel that I have not learnt about interactive service models, so I'll not be able to write about it, then you are not understood the game of mains. That is not how it needs to be done. So I hope you enjoyed this. I hope you like this. So finally, conclusion. What we can do is, conclusion is digital literacy, digital availability, digital accessibility, digital affordability. Okay, again I'm telling digital literacy, digital availability, digital accessibility, and digital affordability. When these four are made possible, only then the e-governance, especially the interactive service model of e-governance, will become successful in India. So this is how I'd like to conclude this answer. So I hope you enjoyed it, guys. Let us move on to the next one, 19th question. Alright, now let us look at question 19. Let me read it out first. Terrorism has become a significant threat to global peace and security. Evaluate the effectiveness of the United Nations Security Council's Counter-Terrorism Committee and its associated bodies in addressing and mitigating this threat at the international level. Okay, now the moment you are reading the question, please don't panic. Please don't panic that you have not studied about the counter-terrorism committee. It is okay. I will tell you how to structure the answer even though you have not studied about the counter-terrorism committee. Now, before you get into the aspect of writing the answer, first let us put the schema. Okay, so what is the schema? The first, you talk about how terrorism is becoming a significant threat. That is the first aspect you have to take globally. Terrorism is becoming a significant threat globally. The second aspect is, now you have to talk about the United Nations Counter-Terrorism Committee. The third, you have to talk about how effectiveness of this in mitigating the threat of terrorism at international level. So overall, you have 3 levels of answer writing, that is 3 different analysis of answer writing. But what is very important is, see, the first level and the third level, you people can write even without knowing or having any knowledge about the counter-terrorism committee. So 2/3 of the answer you can write just with your common sense of what United Nations Counter-Terrorism Committee would do. I hope you understand that. With that itself, we can frame the answer. That's why I'm telling you, don't panic the moment you read the question. Just look at the question. There will be multiple demands. You can address all the other demands, though the specificity of that question you may not be able to address. One more thing, not a lot of people who are writing mains will be able to address, so there's nothing to feel anxious about at all. I keep telling you so that it gets reinforced in your mind. It is not the difficult questions where the margins are created for success in mains at all. So don't worry about it. Okay, so even me, after reading this question, I did the research and tried to learn about this counter-terrorism committee, and now I am going to, with the benefit of hindsight analysis, I am able to structure the answer. But if you put me also in the exam hall, I wouldn't have written a good answer, which I am going to tell you people now. So overall, what I am trying to tell is, everyone who's sitting in the mains will not be able to write a good answer for this, provided the smart person is the person who is able to address the first demand and the third demand effectively, even though that person does not know much content about the United Nations Counter-Terrorism Committee. Okay, anyways, let's get on to the aspect of the structuring of the answer. In this, let me start with the introduction. The introduction, I'll talk about the terrorism. Okay, the terrorism is becoming a significant threat to global peace and security. First, I have to address that. Okay, first I will tell that terrorism means, it means a group or organization or individuals who try to strike terror, in the hearts of the people, using violent means. Okay, so that is what is the meaning of terrorism. Now, terrorism is becoming a significant threat. Here you have to talk about why is it becoming a significant threat. Okay, so it is becoming a significant threat because of different reasons. One, because we are seeing state-sponsored terrorism. So that is one aspect. For example, you take Al-Qaeda, you take Jaish-e-Mohammed, you are seeing the rise of state-sponsored terrorism. The second aspect of why is it becoming the significant threat is, there is regional conflicts. There is rise of regional conflicts in the world, and every regional conflict is creating new non-state terrorist groups. The very good example is in Myanmar. In Myanmar, there is increasingly different rebellion groups that are coming up, and these rebellion groups in turn are turning or evolving to become terrorist groups. That is another aspect of why terrorism is becoming a significant threat. The next one is technology and evolution of terrorism. Okay, the terrorism has evolved with the use of technology. That is, they can try to radicalize the youth. They can help in financing activity or an event. There are new versions of terrorism like lone wolf attack. See, these are the reasons why terrorism is becoming a significant threat in the in the global peace and security. Now look, I addressed the first half of the question without any aspect of UNCTC. This is what I'm telling about. The moment you're seeing one word, don't get fixated or feared. Make sure that you address the other dimensions properly so that you get the marks for those aspects, even though you don't know the one aspect or one specific part of the question. So now let us talk about the Counter-Terrorism Committee, that is UNCTC. So this was created post the 9/11 attacks. So post the 9/11 attacks it was created. It was created under the resolution of 1373. Under this resolution they created something called Global Counter-Terrorism Network. Okay, they created something called Global Counterterrorism Network. This Global Counterterrorism Network created standards for all countries. It created standards for all countries to develop their counter-terrorism laws. Okay, so what are these standards? One, it made sure that there is criminalization of financing terrorism. There is criminalization of financing terrorism. Two, it also gave standards for freezing assets of individuals as well as groups. The next is they also specified to deny safe havens to terrorists. Okay, and the fourth one, the last one, is to strengthen border control to stop movement of terrorists. So overall, these are the four different aspects given by the Global Counterterrorism Network. Now along with this, the resolution 1373 also creates two more associated bodies. It creates two more associated bodies. The associated bodies are: one, it creates Counter-Terrorism Implementation Task Force. It creates Counter-Terrorism Implementation Task Force, and the second is United Nations Office on Counter-Terrorism. So these are the two associated bodies created by the UN resolution of 1373. So overall, this is about the United Nations Counter-Terrorism Committee. So obviously, this is a very specific part that not a lot of people will know, but don't worry about it. I have just given it to you. This you can use in your future answers also. Alright, so this is about the UNCTC. Now, coming to, we have addressed the first demand, we have addressed the second demand. Let us come to the third demand. Okay, while addressing the third demand, what you can do is, you can draw the map of the world, or you can draw some part of the world and show, for example, you can show here as, you have ISIS, here you have Hamas, here you have Houthis, okay, Hamas, you have Hezbollah, you have Al-Qaeda, you have Jaish-e-Mohammed. You can see, so like that, you just name a few terrorist groups around the world. Okay, so all these terrorist groups point out that UNCTC has not been effective in mitigating this global terrorism and the problem of this terrorism in the international level. Alright, now let us give the heading as addressing how successful has been in addressing the problem. Okay, the first one is with respect to United Nations CTC. I am talking about. The first is selective enforcement. The first is selective enforcement. When we say selective enforcement, whenever there is the Western or developed countries that are involved, United Nations does not play an effective role, especially the UNSC, the permanent five. If this permanent five are involved, then United Nations will become just a pacifier. It will become a passive, viewer of what is happening, especially with respect to conflicts in regional parts of the world and the terrorism that comes with it. So that is the first aspect, that is selective enforcement. The second aspect is lack of definition of terrorism. The reason why lack of definition of terrorism is another major problem is, now there is a lack of universal understanding of what terrorism is, because India believes that terrorism is purely bad. There is nothing called good terrorism or bad terrorism, but there are few countries who believe that a terrorist of one country is a radical or a revolutionary of another country. So when this is the case, it becomes a problem for us to take steps together to reduce terrorism, because one aspect of terrorism is that can be an advantage to some other country. country, and that country is thinking geopolitically. So when geopolitical considerations come, now the country does not want to take action against these terrorist groups. This is the problem that is happening, and hence United Nations has failed to have a universal definition of terrorism. So there is lack of definition of terrorism. The third is the technology and the challenges that come with the technology. The technology and the challenges that come with the technology. For example, you have blockchain now, you have deep fakes, you have fake information, okay, you have the effects of social media, so, and you also have the effect of deep web. Okay, you also have the effect of deep web, or another word is dark web. Okay, dark web. So all this is actually supporting the terrorist activities. It is helping financing terrorist activities, and it is also helping this terrorism to spread across the globe, diminishing the geographical boundaries. That is another aspect that becomes a challenge for the UNCTC, and it has been less successful in mitigating the effects of terrorism. The fourth aspect is regional conflicts. As regional conflicts are on the rise, there is a rise of non-state actors becoming terrorist groups. So United Nations has not been effective in suppressing, or United Nations has not been effective in bringing a conciliatory mode of regional conflicts. This failure of United Nations to bring about regional stability has helped grow new non-state actors in that particular region, making use of the regional conflicts. So this again has enhanced the terrorism activities around the globe. So overall, the concluding remark would be, we need an universal definition of terrorism, and we need that definition so that all nations should recognize that terrorism is bad and there is nothing called good or bad terrorism. So this is how we would like to conclude, and this is what India has also been a proponent of. The first step to tackle terrorism is, one, have a universal definition, stop thinking that there is good terrorism or bad terrorism, and make sure that we are full-fledged committed in stopping the activities of terrorism. So this is how I would like to conclude this answer. Again, I hope you have learned how to write an answer, even though there are some specific demands in the answer that you don't know. That is what is smartness. That is what should be shown in that very short window of time where you are facing a lot of pressure, and that comes with a lot of practice. So I hope you are learning this. I hope you are making a note of this. After this series, I hope you will write a lot of answers, and I hope you will enjoy doing it. So this completes the 19th question. Let us move on to the 20th question. Let us now look at question number 20, the last question. If you have come up to this point, that shows that you are very committed and you are very diligent. So I appreciate your patience as well as your commitment towards your self-growth and success. So let us start off and finish off the last question of the GS2 in Mains 2024. That is, discuss the geopolitical and geostrategic importance of Maldives for India with a focus on global trade and energy flows. Further, also discuss how this relationship affects India's maritime security and regional stability amidst international competition. Okay, now they are asking, first let us do the schema. So the schema reads as follows. One, they are asking about the geopolitical and geostrategic importance of Maldives. Okay, so they are asking geopolitical and geostrategic importance of Maldives. The second, they are talking about India and Maldives, how this relationship will affect India's maritime security, how it will affect India's maritime security as well as regional stability. Okay, so this is how, this is what is the exact demands. So now you have the demands. All you have to write is introduction, analyze the demands, write the conclusion. So that is the importance of schema. The moment you're reading the question, create the schema in your head and just generate 3 points on every analysis or every demand, and you're done with the answer. So I hope this is a new skill that you have learned by looking at all the 20 questions that we have discussed in GS2. Now let us introduce, we can start the introduction by telling how Maldives is part of SAARC, and Maldives is integral for the development of South Asia. It is integral for the development of South Asia, or it's integral for the development of Indian subcontinent. Why? Because of its geostrategic as well as geopolitical significance geostrategic and geopolitical significance not only for India but for all South Asian nations. So this is how I would like to start my answer. Okay, so the introduction is done. Again, a straightforward question. Maldives was in news, so everyone would have prepared on that. So overall, the straightforward question, so we can jump to the answer writing. So let us go to the first aspect. The first aspect is the geopolitical and geostrategic importance of Maldives. So let us start with it. Geopolitical and geostrategic importance. Okay, now what do you mean by geopolitical and what do you mean by geostrategic? Geostrategic is mainly to do with the location. Okay, geopolitical is mainly to do with policies and initiatives. Okay, now both policies and initiatives that are geography plays an important role, location where geography plays an important role. So geopolitics is policies that are designed on the basis of geography. Geostrategic is the location with respect to geography is very, very crucial. This is the difference between geopolitical and geostrategic. So geopolitically, how it is important, Maldives is important for India is, first, India's initiative of security and growth for all in the region. If this has to be successful, then Maldives collaboration is important geopolitically. The second aspect is countering China, especially the Belt and Road Initiative of China. For this also, the Maldives plays an important role because it is in a very, very crucial position. Now, geostrategically speaking, 80% of India's trade runs through the Indian Ocean and close proximity to Maldives. That is another important aspect. The second is Maldives is located in a very crucial sea lane of communication. It is very close to the Strait of Bab el Mandeb. It is very close to the Strait of Bab el Mandeb as well as Malacca Strait. So because of its proximity to such crucial CLOCs, that is sea lane of communication, the energy security of India is very much dependent upon the geostrategic location and autonomy of Maldives. Okay, so again, Maldives plays a very important role because of its geostrategic positioning. One, most of the trade passes through the Maldives. The second is the energy security, because the two crucial points, they are very, very close to two crucial points of Strait of Bab el Mandeb and Strait of Malacca. So this is why the geopolitically and geostrategically Maldives plays a very, very crucial role for India. Especially because they are given with respect to global trade and energy flows. I am confining myself only to this. Okay, so that is why I have created the answer or points only to what they have asked with respect to global trade as well as energy flow. So we have addressed the first part of the question. Let us move to the second part. How India-Maldives relationship affects maritime security of India as well as regional stability. Okay, so let us talk about the first part, India-Maldives relationship regarding maritime security. Okay, the first is anti-piracy in Indian Ocean. As we can see that the Red Sea is now becoming completely unsafe. The Red Sea is being attacked by a rebel group called Houthis. So if our anti-piracy should be successful, then the collaboration with Maldives becomes very, very important. So our anti-piracy with respect to maritime security becomes very important. The second is counter-terrorism. The reason for counter-terrorism is the role of state-sponsored terrorism in South Asia or the subcontinent, where Pakistan can use the waters of Indian Ocean to infuse or to infiltrate the terrorists into India. And for that, Maldives have to be inclined towards India to give any such informations if they observe. So hence, for counter-terrorism also, it becomes very important that the Indian-Maldives relationship is important. The third one that is important is China's dominance in Indian Ocean. China's dominance in Indian Ocean. For example, the string of pearls theory. So even for this, if we have to counter the string of pearls theory, if we have to remove the dominance of China and its hegemonic interference in the internal affairs of different countries of South Asia, again it becomes important for India's maritime security that it has a cordial relationship with Maldives. So this is with regard to maritime security. The next is coming to regional stability. Coming to regional stability, one, the tourism. The tourism of Maldives is completely dependent on India. If Indian tourism is reduced, or if India bans tourism into Maldives, then the Maldives will fall into regional conflict, and when Maldives falls into regional conflict, it becomes vulnerable for non-state actors as well as other countries to interfere in its internal matters, and that itself becomes a problem for India. So again, regional stability with regards to Maldives falling into chaos should be prevented, and that is the first aspect with respect to regional stability. Overall, if we have to stop smuggling, if we have to make sure that there are migrants, illegal migrants do not enter the country, and if we have to make sure that there is no drugs, there is no terrorism, there is no safe haven for extremists, if all this has to be controlled, then there has to be a cordial relationship of India with Maldives, because all this can create regional instability. So these are some of the important aspects with regards to maritime security and regional stability of Indian-Maldives relationship. So I hope you understood how to structure the answer on the basis of the demands of the question. Finally, I would like to conclude by telling that Maldives becomes a linchpin for India's initiative of security and growth for all in the region of Indian Ocean. So if India's Indian Ocean strategy to bring together all the countries of Indian Ocean together, to collaborate with them, to build the growth with them, then Maldives plays a very, very important role, and that is why India's relationship with Maldives becomes important. So this is how I would like to conclude. Alright, so overall you have got to see how by reading the question we can create a schema, and how from the schema we can develop points through analysis, and with that we can write answers to any type of questions that is asked. So this completes the entire 20 questions. There were a few difficult questions, and I have also taught you how to deal with the difficult questions and with the easy questions, how to create a very well structured answer within a very short time period that you will have in the mains exam. So I hope you have enjoyed all the 20 questions. If you have enjoyed this, please don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Now before I stop the session, let us now summarize all the takeaways of the entire 20 questions, and these takeaways how you can use in the next future mains exam that you people will be writing in the mains 2025. So let us now move on to the ending remarks and summarize what were all the learnings of all the 20 questions, and then try to implement them in our next year's mains exam. The first and the foremost thing is Indian polity. In Indian polity, you should know that Indian polity is becoming more and more dynamic also. So here what is very important is you have to make sure that you read newspapers and you make notes of the issues, because these issues are directly being asked in the exams. So it is very, very pertinent, especially in the current year that you will be writing the mains exam. That current year newspaper and all the issues that has run, including the legislations that have been passed, please make sure that you make a note of them. The issues are very, very important. The second is coming to the static aspect of Indian polity. They are moving into the realms of those areas that were not conventionally asked. Okay, that are not conventionally asked. For example, we discussed about the public trusts, charitable trusts. That is one. The second example is they have asked about alternate dispute resolution. These are areas that were not yet touched upon. Hence, now they are touching upon this. So that means that you have to cover the syllabus in full. Okay. The second aspect that it is important is your prelims knowledge becomes very, very important for your mains of GS2. So prelims knowledge becomes important for GS2 of mains. So make sure that when you are reading for prelims, you should always know that the articles that you have biated, the amendments that you have biated, whatever different issues that you have read in your prelims can be used for your mains also. So GS2, when you are studying, always keep it in your mind. It will help you for your mains, whatever you do for your prelims. The third aspect is making a list of keywords. Okay, so this keywords is actually important in social issues or social justice and governance. Okay, as you know, the social justice and governance, still the conventional way of asking questions are there. For example, e-governance, for example, citizen strata. So the conventional way of asking questions is still there. Healthcare has been asked, poverty has been asked. So these are some things that keeps repeating. So here, if you have a list of keywords and if you have a list of facts that are ready, then more or less you can write a very good answer in this. The fourth, coming to international relations. In international relations, the questions were easy. For example, they'll ask you 4 questions, out of which 3 questions were straightforward and easy. One question was on the United Nations CTC. Now this question would have been difficult, but don't worry, as I told you, difficult questions are something where differential is not created or margins are very low. So overall, international relations is also easy, provided that you are reading the newspapers regularly. Okay, so one aspect of this paper is make sure that the newspapers are not neglected. Make sure that you're reading the newspapers regularly, you're tracking the issues regularly, and you're writing the answers. Okay, everyday answer writing, 1 or 2 questions is very, very important. What you can do is, in GS2, you can follow the newspaper capsule. In newspaper capsule that I put, every day I will post 2 questions of the Hindu newspaper article, so that 2 questions will dominantly be revolving around GS2 itself. So if you're writing that for 6 to 10 months, you will cover more or less all the issues. So overall, these were the ending remarks. The question paper was on a moderate to difficult side, especially on the Indian polity. However, I hope you have learned how to create the schema and how to use the schema to deduce and write a very good answer. So I hope you have learned this. I also hope how you can bring different articles, how you can bring different keywords, and how to make this answer look more from GS2 perspective. So if you are able to do this, that means that I've done my job diligently well, and I am really appreciative of all those students who are able to watch till the end, and that shows your ambition and that shows your diligence and commitments towards your success and your future. I appreciate all of you. Again, I hope you enjoyed this. If you have enjoyed this, please like, share and subscribe. Please do comment in the comment section, because that incentivizes us to do this on a regular basis. Thank you so much for all the love and support. You have always been with me. I'll bring much more interactive sessions, and please do comment and tell me how this mains series has been, because nowhere in the country one person has done all the papers from essay, GS1, GS2, GS3 and GS4. I'm trying to deal everything from the mains perspective, exactly what you people need. The uniformity in the necessity of understanding the demands is brought by Sudeep Sir and Sudeep Sir only for the first time in the country, and I hope you people will recognize this and you people will appreciate this by liking, sharing and subscribing this particular videos to as many people as possible. I'll meet you again, guys. Thank you so much for all the love and support. Bye.